time. Unfortunately, they went and scored again, and then it did get to the point where, okay, we're going to have to get bigger chunks, and we did start throwing it a little bit more after that.
I'm glad you mentioned the pass protection because Holton was sacked 4 times in the game last week, Coach. As you look at that situation, what'd you say?
Well, that's an issue. Yeah, he was sacked 4 times, and he had 4 times he scrambled and threw the ball away, which, obviously makes your percentage of completions look differently, but we don't carry too much about the stats. What we saw was that Appalachian State had made a decision to maybe really break character for them, and they really pressured and blitzed a lot more. They've normally been more of a bend, not break type team and been very successful at that. And so in speaking with their coaches after the game, because we got some close friends between the staffs, they had made the decision that you have to make Holton uncomfortable. You have to rush him. You have to hit him. You got to get pressure on him. You can't let him sit in the pocket. They had studied the SMU game, and he had shredded them. They'd studied the Georgia State game where they had pressured us and forced him out of the pocket and then contained him, and made him throw and hit him a lot. So they'd made a decision to go with that. So they were exposed in some zero-man coverage type stuff. We did have Snead open twice that if he wouldn't have been hit right at the moment he was throwing the ball. And what it came down to was it was just assignment bust. There were some new blitzes. Well, everybody's going to do that. You have to adjust within a game. They were bringing the house, and they were bringing one more than you can block, which they always can do. But we didn't block the right ones. We let the guys come up the middle, and that makes it tough to throw.
Coach, as we both know, the disappointing news on Monday, that Bailey Malovic is out for the season. You're starting right tackle, so what does that do to your offensive line?
Well, it really is very, very obviously upsetting, because, one, we care about Bailey so much, and Bailey had worked so hard to come back this year, bigger, stronger, had a terrific camp. Bailey's a very energetic, he's a very vocal, he's a very, very jacked up guy, so we're going to lose a lot of that energy that he brings to not only to the games but to practice. We're very fortunate that Noah Henderson was ready to go. We had not planned to play Noah 60-some snaps, that's for sure, working him back after being out for a year and a half, but he held up okay. He's a really good player. We counted him as a starter. It's just we had to kind of accelerate him. So we'll be okay with the first 5. Again, I think I say, he obviously is a starter. Anyhow, it just now you can't afford to get anybody else hurt, or you really start getting thin.
Coach, final question for you. Offensively, what does your offense need to do against a good South Carolina defense this week to score some points?
Well, we will have to control them up front. We'll have to play an extremely game up front. We're going to have to help the offensive linemen with some schemes. We'll have to involve the backs in some of the protections and stuff like that. I expect them to bring pressure. I expect them to do the same thing. Until you burn that, that's what everybody's going to do. It's a copycat sport. Whatever people see is working, they're going to do that until you can prove them wrong. So we're going to do a great job of protecting the quarterback, but also run blocking, and we're going to handle that front.
That's ECU Offensive Coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. And my thanks to all of our great guests on our UBE Pirate Preview Show. Dale Steele was with us live, the Director of Football Administration. We heard from Pirate players Miles Berry, Tyler Snead, Fernando Fry, and John Young, Defensive Coordinator Blake Harrell, and you just heard from Offensive Coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. Saturday, 12 noon kickoff time, the Pirates and the South Carolina Gamecocks. My thanks also to Shirley Rhodes and to Clip Brock for producing and engineering our show as well. Remember now, our Pirate Preview shows on Fridays this year, Fridays at UBE, University Book Exchange, Uptown in Greenville. Get in here and get your sportswear and get to the stadium Saturday at 12 noon for Pirate football. We'll see you at the stadium. Have a great day, everybody.
You've been listening to the UBE Pirate Preview, an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio. Stay tuned for more ECU Pirate Game Day coverage with the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate right here on Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation. This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Purple and gold, they are not just colors. They represent a nation of people from all walks of life coming together as one, who are loyal to the code of what it means to be a pirate. A nation of pirates who have a chip on their shoulder, that show grit and determination in times of adversity and showing a burning loyalty to their crew. Purple and gold are our colors, colors that brand us as pirates. Just as the colors were raised by the pirates that sailed our coast before us, it's our time to do the same, to signal a rallying cry to all pirates. No retreat, no surrender, no quarter. We are the pirates of ECU.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
College football is back in Greenville, North Carolina, and the fans are back at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, ready to see the Pirates take on the South Carolina Gamecocks coming up at noon at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, and we're going to get you set. 4 hours of pregame coverage for that kickoff right here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Shirley Rhodes, Chandler Honeycutt, I am Clip Brock, and man, we got a packed show for you today. We'll visit with the voice, Jeff Charles, throughout hour number one, get his take on the matchup today, Pirates and Gamecocks. Ronnie Woodward from the Daily Reflector will join us inside the Pirate Radio studios. Also, we'll hear from ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick, defensive coordinator Blake Harrell, the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, will join us to talk about today's slate of games from a gambling perspective. We'll also hear the South Carolina plan for today with Tommy Suggs, radio analyst on the Gamecocks Radio Network. Get his thoughts on South Carolina's win last week and what they'll have to show today against East Carolina. Stephen Igo will drop by the Pirate Radio studios. We'll check in with Igo from Hoist the Colors. We'll talk to Double B, Brian Bailey from WNCT Channel 9. My fifth quarter co-host, Billy Weaver, will join us on the program along with Brian North, and you can be a part of the show as well. Chime in on Facebook Live, on Twitter, or on our social media, and you can be a part of today's 4-hour ride to kickoff. East Carolina and South Carolina will pop the top on the Week 2 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate next.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At US Cellular, we believe you should get more of the latest 5G technology for less of your hard-earned money. Right now, get up to $1,200 off any 5G phone. The choice is yours. Any of our 5G phones with no trade-in or hidden fees. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
I can't live another day without air conditioning. Either you get it fixed or I'm out of here.
What? We have fans. Come on, hon. It's not that bad.
I am hot. The kids are hot. Even the dog is hot. Get the AC fixed or get a new train system installed.
Fine. I'll call Delcor, the service professionals. Is that okay, babe?
Yes. Just do it. Like now. Replace our old system or else I may replace you.
Okay. I'll call today and get a new train system because, you know, it's hard to stop a train.
Mom, are you really going to replace Dad?
No, he just needs to know who's boss around here.
You're the boss, Mom.
Right now, get $50 off your AC repair by mentioning the code #BeCool. Or go to DelcorINC.com for special train financing offers.
Delcor, the service professionals and marriage savers.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Buick GMC Truck. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get an all-new 2021 Buick Envision and save over $3,000 or 0% financing for 72 months. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty on all new and pre-owned vehicles.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, Pirates supporting Pirates.
This is Xavier Smith, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Clip Brock here, Shirley Rhodes here, Chandler Honeycutt here. How you folks doing?
Doing good.
I'm doing good. I just misplaced my paperwork. There it is, right here. I couldn't find it.
I tell you what, I'm feeling pretty good for an 8 o'clock kickoff on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
Well, Shirley did the morning drive for years, so she's somewhat used to these hours. But the only one really comfortable in the studio is Jeff Charles. He's ready to go. He's a machine.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but Shirley and I did do the morning drive show. How many years was it, Shirley? 13, 14?
Yeah,
like
that sounds about right.
Yeah, we were in here bright and early. At least I was in here bright and early every morning.
Yeah, and
Shirley wasn't always so bright.
I'm not going to get into that with Shirley Rhodes.
There have been
Good
times.
thing there's a glass separating you two.
No, there's been times where Jeff has had to call me, "Hey, Shirley,
are you on your way?"
I'm like, "No, Jeff, I'm in bed. I'm going to be late."
It's 2 minutes till 7. You going to make it, Shirley?
Yep. Nope.
Glad to be here with you bright and early here on this edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. And Jeff, I've been doing the pregame show at Pirate Radio since 2007, and I was thinking about this during the break. We're doing our tailgate. People are going to be listening to us from their tailgate. When's the last time, or has the voice ever had a tent outside of a ball game and cracked a beer and ate a pig? And when's the last time you tailgated, Jeff?
I have never tailgated in my life.
Wow.
I guess that really doesn't surprise you all that much. But I haven't because I'm always working.
You haven't had an opportunity.
No, I'm always working. I do go to games occasionally. When the Pirates have an open date, I will try and get to a game somewhere because I just enjoy college football on a Saturday. But usually when I go to a game, I don't know anybody and they don't know me. I might go to a game over at Western Carolina when my son was a student over there, or I'm thinking about going to the Furman Citadel game in October when the Pirates have an open date. That game is in Greenville, South Carolina. I did Furman games, way back in the day, and so I might take that weekend to go down there. But when I go to a game, Clip, is usually just to go to the game and watch the game and then go home.
There you go. There's the Jeff Charles tailgating story, or lack thereof, I guess, as Jeff joins us here. Jeff, I tell you what, let's briefly look back at last week, and then we'll look ahead to South Carolina. And we talked to you on Pirate Radio Live on Wednesday, but just your thoughts on the Pirates' performance against Appalachian State. I think we and everybody was expecting a little more from ECU.
No doubt about that. The word that comes to mind is disappointment. I was disappointed in the way the Pirates played. The coaching staff was, the players were, the broadcasters who covered the team, guys like me and our network guys, were disappointed. I think we all felt East Carolina would come out and play better. I had an expectation of going into that game with the game up in the air in the fourth quarter, and the Pirates would have a chance to win it. I thought it was going to be difficult for East Carolina to win the game because, as we talked last week, Clip, Appalachian State knows how to win. I mean, it's a winning program, and the Pirates are trying to get to that point. It's been 6 straight losing seasons at ECU, and sooner or later you have to be able to have the worm turn just a bit, but they're not there yet. And when they get in close games, they're going to have to find a way to win one, I think, for this program to really become jump-started. But it always goes back to the same thing. You have to stop the run, and you have to be able to run the football. And at the end of the game, Pirates only had 86 yards on the ground, and Appalachian State had 226. And the Pirates were whipped up front on both sides of the ball, and I think what was disappointing is at the point of attack, especially when Appalachian State had the ball, the Pirates really weren't able to get a whole lot done, and you'd look up, and those Appalachian State running backs were already into the second and third line of defenders, and they were already 8 or 10 yards down the field, and sometimes the tackles were there and sometimes they weren't. Appalachian State, not as big as the South Carolina team we're going to see today up front, but they are very athletic and they're quick, and that quickness and the speed of the game gave the Pirates a lot of trouble last week.
Jeff, great edition of the UBE Pirate Preview. We had it live Friday at noon here on Pirate Radio, and we re-aired it at 7. I was listening to it on the way in. Great conversation with Dale Steele, and you talked about Mike Houston and really all programs, but specifically this one where it is right now, needs a signature win and then needs to follow that up with more victories. And the signature win eluded Mike Houston for a while. He got it in a big way against SMU to cap off 2020, and you were kind of hoping that momentum would carry over from the offseason to this season. But I thought that was a good point, Jeff. You can get a win here or there, but to get it rolling, you really need to stack them on top of each other.
Yeah, you really do, and it's a shame that win over SMU was the last game of the season. If it would have come, say, in Game 6 or Game 7, and then you could have gone ahead and put some wins back-to-back, I think you could have started to build some momentum. But it was a great win for the Pirates, and they scored 52 points last year against SMU, and so this offense is certainly capable of doing that. That first half against SMU last year, Clip, was as good as I've ever seen any ECU offense play. They were terrific. But, it was the last game of the year. Now, I think if there was any momentum, it carried over into the offseason as far as the workouts are concerned, into the winter workouts, into spring ball. But then you tee it up and another season starts. So I don't really know how much that last win really carries over to the first game of the next year. But, yeah, getting back to your point, that's what the Pirates need to do. If they could find a way to win this game today and beat South Carolina in the SEC program, and then maybe find a way to go to Marshall and win, it can be a snowball going downhill the other way. And Coach Houston and I talk about this a lot. That's what this program needs. Right now, the guys are not that confident that they're going to win every time they go out there. I know they play hard. They think they're going to win. But until you get that win, and then you can stack 2 or 3 more behind it, then you see a program that starts to take off. Now, we saw that last night, Clip, with Coastal Carolina.
Yeah.
I mean, they just know how to win. They're a lot like Appalachian. They have just found the magic formula, and they know how to go out and win, and their kids believe that they can go out and win every game that they play. And once you get that momentum going the other way and the tide starts to turn a bit and the guys believe and expect to win every week, then it can happen. But, boy, I'll tell you what, Clip, it's tough getting to that point.
Yeah, Coastal had that magical year last year. They were in a 1-score ball game with Kansas last night in the third quarter and were able to run away from the Jayhawks, beat them by 27 points. Vegas knows what they're doing, by the way. Speaking of Vegas, Jeff, I will ask you again about this. Last time I checked, South Carolina was a 2.5-point favorite over ECU. That line has gone from ECU a narrow favorite to South Carolina now a 2.5-point favorite. So looks like people have maybe been on the Gamecocks this week, but that spread was a little tighter than I thought it would be when it opened up.
No doubt about it, Clip. I was surprised to see it, especially after East Carolina's game last week. Now, it's hard to tell about South Carolina. They played a struggling FCS team. Eastern Illinois' program has really hit on hard times, so they weren't playing one of the elite FCS teams. So it's tough to get a read on them as well. First-year head coach and Shane Beamer. And the Pirates, of course, didn't play as well as we all were hoping last week. So, yeah, I'm with you. I was a little bit surprised at the spread.
We will see what happens once they kick it off. It was interesting, Jeff, and you mentioned it a moment ago that the same old story, and you think that maybe we just get redundant and we run out of things to say, so we say the same thing every week. No, it's legit. For East Carolina to win, they're going to have to stop the run and be able to run the football. And I tell you what, on a note of what South Carolina is going to do, they're going to run the football, but we don't exactly know who their quarterback is going to be. Shirley, can you get Shane Beamer one for me, where he was asked earlier this week if he was going to name a starting quarterback? I loved his answer here. Here's the head coach of the Gamecocks.
Don't know why I would. I'm sure Coach Houston would love that, and he knows. I mean, he's got to get ready for Decarion Joyner, and they've got to get ready for Luke Doty and Zeb, and we do a lot of different things offensively. So no, and guys, I'm not going to come in there on Tuesday and tell you who the starting quarterback is. So you don't need to waste time asking questions about who the quarterback is going to be and what the reps look like, because I'm not getting into it. So sorry, that's where we are.
There you go. Shane Beamer not going to tip his hand, Jeff. But going on during the week, I know their offensive coordinator came out and said they were giving Doty almost 100% of the reps of practice to see if he could handle it and how he was feeling. And if that's the case, I'm assuming we're going to see him on the field today.
I think we'll see him on the field. My gut tells me that Nolan will start. Now, I could be totally 100% wrong, but I expect Zeb Nolan to start because he had a good game last week. I don't think they asked him to do a whole lot against Eastern Illinois, and they really didn't have to because his stats weren't that great. He was 13 of 22, only threw for 121 yards in the game. But I expect him to start. I think we'll see a lot of Luke Doty, and what's so interesting about Luke Doty, of course, is that he's from Myrtle Beach, played at Myrtle Beach High School at the same time that Mason Garcia was playing at Carolina Forest High School, which is about 6 or 8 miles outside Myrtle Beach. So these two guys were the number 1 and number 2 quarterbacks in the state of South Carolina, playing literally just a few miles apart in their high school career. And Doty has not played a whole lot. He only had 2 starts last year for them. So he's untested. And Nolan is a kid, it's a great story when you read it on the surface and then you dig a little bit deeper. But the story was, here's this guy, it's a grad assistant. He's coming off the bench and what a great story is he led his team to a victory. Well, when you dig a little deeper, the fact is that this guy was playing college football this spring when he was at North Dakota State. No, Jeff, not exactly.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
He was at North Dakota State, which is the premier FCS program in America. So, I mean, he was playing football as a quarterback a lot more recent than guys that are starting today who didn't play in the spring and didn't play until last year. So he's got a lot of reps under his belt, and he's a kid. Again, I don't think they asked him to do a whole lot. Now, interesting note about him, Clip, is that his father and Mike Houston are very good friends. They go back like 25 years as high school coaches together, and so they're good friends. And Zeb Nolan's dad's a high school coach in Georgia, and he and Mike Houston are friends.
Jeff Charles joining us. Jeff, when you hear Shane Beamer there, you have a relationship with his father, Coach Frank Beamer. Does it sound like Frank at all, or is he his own guy? What do you think about Shane Beamer in year one at South Carolina?
It's really interesting you asked me that question, because as I was listening to that soundbite, I was thinking to myself, Frank Beamer didn't talk like Shane Beamer as far as saying, don't ask me any questions about this guy. I'm not going to tell you anything. Frank was a little more diplomatic and a little bit more political with his answers. So there are two different guys, and I was thinking back to when I was at Virginia Tech. I was there with Frank Beamer his very first year. It was my last year there in 1987, and I did a little math, and Shane Beamer was 10 years old at the time, and I remember seeing him running around the practice field and going to games, little 10-year-old Shane Beamer, and now here we are 34 years later, and he's the head coach of South Carolina.
Yeah, and look, that's what the fans wanted in game one, a 45-0 win, although talking to Corey Miller, South Carolina great earlier this week, and also Tommy Suggs leading up to our interview later on in this show, they were really not impressed with what Eastern Illinois had to offer. And honestly, Jeff, they didn't sound too impressed with the Gamecocks despite the score. They thought, and that's kind of what we got today. South Carolina's a pretty big unknown coming into this game.
Yeah, they are. And as we said earlier, Clip, it's really hard to get a gauge on them. And talking to the ECU coaches, they said Eastern Illinois is just not very good. Now, there was a time when Eastern Illinois was a pretty good FCS program. I remember back when I was there in the 80s, and they won a national championship at the FCS level in 1978. And the head coach was a guy named Daryl Mudra. And what was so interesting about Coach Mudra is that he coached from the press box. He was the head coach, and during his entire career, he coached from the press box. And I remember when they won that national championship, they made a big deal about that. But as the years have gone on, their program has struggled, and obviously they're trying to rebuild now. So South Carolina had a layup. They had a layup warm-up type of game in the opener, so it's tough to get a gauge on them, but I can tell you this, in talking with the ECU coaches, they have Southeastern Conference size, especially up front on both sides of the ball, and they have good speed as well as you would expect from a Southeastern Conference team. So we know all of those things going in. Shane Beamer's been here 4 times over the years with Virginia Tech. He knows what it's like to play in Greenville and to play against ECU, but still he's an unproven coach in his first year and only his second game on the sideline. So there are a lot of unknowns on that side.
Jeff, do you know, how was he close to ever being an East Carolina coach? Did he want the job years ago? Shane Beamer and ECU, what's that connection?
Good question, and the answer is yes. He wanted the job at East Carolina, and I did talk to him. He gave me a call because we know each other, and when you know people in the business, you get calls and you call people and what have you. And yes, he was interested in coming here. He's always been very impressed with ECU and the fan base and the facilities and winning culture that East Carolina used to have. We're trying to get back. So yes, he was interested in this job at one point, a young guy that has been a lot of big-time programs, and he always had a goal of being a head coach, but he was an assistant with his dad at Virginia Tech for many years, and then he went to Georgia Tech, to Tennessee, Mississippi State, South Carolina with Steve Spurrier, Georgia, and then of course he's been with Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma. So as you can see, he's made a lot of different moves. He's been in a lot of big-time programs, and this, I guess, was his time as far as the Gamecock leadership is concerned, and to name him, and I think it was a popular choice at the time.
And he laid it on thick this week, talking about how great East Carolina is, and I think a lot of that was genuine because he's seen it when it was rolling. But Jeff, if you want to feel good about your football team, just listen to the opposing team's coach talk about them, right?
Oh, no doubt.
Every week, man, they lay it on.
Oh, every week they're playing the national champions, as you know, Clip, and that's just the way coaches are. But coaches always look at things as the worst thing that could happen to their team. And so they're always, up all night trying to figure things out to stop the opponent. And that's just the way this business operates. But, it's genuine, too, because there's always concern going into these games because anytime East Carolina plays, and just about everybody in the country, unless you're Alabama, it's a dogfight every time you go out there. And we know what these conference games are like in the American. Now, there's not a gimme in there. You got to play hard and got to play well to win these games, and so there's some truth in what they say too.
Jeff Charles joining us inside the Pirate Radio studios, hour 1 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'll have some live tailgate check-ins coming up later on in the show with Troy D out of the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. Going to be having a good time out there. Let's take a time out. When we return, we'll have more. Hour 1 with the voice, Jeff Charles. We'll talk about what Pirates need to play well today for ECU to get the win over South Carolina. That and more on the way. We're back with you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back after this.
Well, the secret is out. CD's Grill has the best breakfast in Greenville. Start your day with a made-to-order breakfast Monday through Saturday at CD's Grill. Plus, you can enjoy lunch Monday through Friday. And their lunch specials are always a huge hit. Monday, it's barbecue chicken. Tuesday, pork tenderloin and gravy. Wednesday, chicken and pastry. Thursday, barbecue pork chops. And Friday, it's spaghetti. CD's Grill on Fire Tower Road in Winterville, near Evans Street. Stop by CD's Grill for the best country cooking around.
Public notice, Discount Master Furniture, Greenville, 1501 Evans Street. Everything must go up to 75% off. Living rooms, bedrooms, diners, purple swivel chairs, ECU, $99. Desk chairs, $10. Queen mattresses, $199. Sofas, much more. Discount Master Furniture up to 75% off. 1501 Evans Street in Greenville, and I'll see you there!
UBE is excited to offer the Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgating supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town and is your one-stop shop for all things ECU. Daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, Under Armour, and a fresh new ladies selection. And the young Pirates can plunder in the Crow's Nest, which is the only kid store dedicated to ECU in the nation. Plenty of free parking, and you can visit online at pirateware.com. They're geared up and ready to see you for football this season. Go Pirates!
Hello, this is Talbot Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. Now is the time to take advantage of the opportunity to buy more home or refinance your current mortgage at historically low rates. The combination of our local team's experience and Angel Oak's wide offerings of products from standard conventional, government, and portfolio loans has something for most financial situations. For more information, call Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, or Wanda Hager at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holt Nailers, and I couldn't do my job without my offensive line keeping me safe. Make sure your employees are safe by using ArcPoint Labs for your medical testing needs. From pre-employment testing to COVID test, ArcPoint Labs is there to serve Eastern North Carolina with accurate, reliable, confidential testing. Schedule an appointment at any of their 6 Eastern North Carolina locations or visiting them online at arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Jamie Cuccinella, inviting you and your family to come by Cuccinella's Pizzeria and Italian Ice. Cuccinella's has been serving our special family recipe New York-style pizza since 1932. We think you'll taste the difference in just one bite. When you come in for a pie, don't forget to try our house-made Italian Ice or gelato. We make small batches every day from scratch with all fresh ingredients. Cuccinella's on Old Tar Road across from Plant and Sea, Cuccinellas.com, and on Facebook and Instagram.
This is Mike Houston, head football coach at East Carolina University, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV, and you can subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday, 3 to 6 p.m., and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, as you're watching that right now. And, of course, the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and click on the subscribe button. Now let's head back in to I almost said PRL. The Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Alrighty, hour one of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, getting you ready for the noon kickoff between the Pirates and the Gamecocks. This game will be on ESPN2 if you are not one of the many at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium coming up this afternoon. It is September 11th, and we will have a special performance by the band at halftime, remembering September 11th. And Jeff, I'm a radio guy through and through, and I was on September 11th, 2001, I was a student at Pitt Community College, and I was working with my dad in the mornings, and I was trucking tobacco, so I was responsible for getting that tobacco from the field to the barn. So a lot of time in the truck and a lot of time listening to radio. And in the mornings, I would listen to Howard Stern, and I happened to be listening to him live from New York, not too far from where the disaster happened. And I'll never forget his live reports talking about what was happening. And that's the first time, I guess I didn't watch the news a whole lot. That's the first time I'd ever heard the name bin Laden. He said it immediately as it happened, and I'll never forget listening to that. And Jeff, what do you remember about that day?
Well, I think we all remember where we were when it occurred, and I had an office in those days in the athletic department at ECU, and it was about 8:45, and I remember leaving my office and walking down the hall for whatever reason, and we had a young lady who was working out in the Pirate Club area, and she was like crying and said, "Turn on the television, my God, what's going on here?" And so all the TVs in the athletics department started clicking on, and then it became clear that this country was under attack. And we were all kind of glued to our television sets just like everyone else. And so it's one of those things that you always remember. I mean, I go way back to when President Kennedy was assassinated, and where I was at the time, I was just a little kid, I think in third grade. But I remember that day so very well. And the principal of our elementary school coming in to the classroom, and he had this really sad, long face, and he said the president has been killed. And so those are those types of things that you always remember.
No doubt, and they will have some special ceremonies today coming up at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium if you are in attendance, and we'll lighten the mood. And Shirley, I can't believe I didn't do this earlier. We need a pick-me-up here. I try to stay buttoned up when the voice Jeff Charles is here. I respect him more than just about anyone, but we like to have fun too, Shirley. So could you pull up the Fernando Fry interview?
Sure. Hold on just one moment.
From earlier this week. So speaking of things going on in the stadium today, Jeff Charles, who we talk wrestling every now and then, Jeff.
Oh, okay.
And, that's where I'm going with this.
Yeah, he's this is where this is going.
I was wondering where this is going.
It's going somewhere great for us anyway. We had a lot of fun with this earlier this week. So Jeff, Fernando Fry is doing an interview with Igo, Ronnie, Glenn, and some others. And I guess Brian Meador has Jeff Charles doing something that they're going to put on the stadium today. And it made for a pretty funny soundbite. Shirley, let's hear the Fernando Fry interview.
Fernando, when you guys rewatched the app game, kind of what were the big takeaways for the offense? Ric Flair!
I think we left a lot out there.
Okay. And that goes on for a while. Jeff, this was, I'm going to blame Meador on this one. He had you
Please do.
He had a little... He had you a little too close to the action, but you had a lot of woos going on back there, boys. What's going on?
Well, they have a segment on the scoreboard, and when folks come to games, there's some funny things that they do. I think Nationwide sponsors this segment, and believe me, they threw this on me cold. All of a sudden, Meador's in my face and says, "We need something for Saturday, and start naming wrestlers." So he turned on the camera and the microphone, and that's how that all started. After I did one, I thought, well, there were a lot of guys I should have included in there that I forgot, but yeah, we had fun with it.
There you go. That made for a funny moment earlier this week on the program. Jeff, let's talk about what East Carolina Pirates need to perform well today, and who are you starring today for East Carolina? Let's start with the offense, Jeff.
Okay, well, Holton Ahlers has to have a good game. I mean, it always starts at the quarterback, and for Holton to have a good game, Clip, he needs to get the protection up front from the offensive line, and he needs to get the running game going with Keaton Mitchell and Rajay Harris, and who knows, we may even see Joseph McKay, the guy they call Pop. Maybe he'll get some carries today. They really like him. He's a very talented freshman, number 23. And then
that was interesting last week. Only Rajay and Keaton got carries outside of Holton, so they went with those two.
And they didn't get many carries, as we talked about, Clip, and so they need to get the running game going, and if they can do that, maybe that'll open things up a little bit in the pass game. The Pirate receivers didn't have a lot of success getting separation last week, and C.J. Johnson and Tyler Snead can play better than they did. I thought Josiah Hatfield had a nice game last week and made 3 catches and looked good, but it all starts up front, and that's my biggest concern coming into this game, because this is a very good South Carolina defensive front, and they have got 3 seniors in that defensive front, Clip, and the guy that Pirate fans want to watch coming off the edge today is number 1. He is really a good player. He could be a first-round pick, and he is an edge rusher, and he's very, very good. He's one of those seniors up front, and the other guy who's not a senior is a junior who's played quite a bit too. So it all starts there. That's, I think, the key matchup in this game. How is East Carolina's offensive line going to to hold up against this defensive front of South Carolina. And, South Carolina watches tape, and they saw what Appalachian State did, and they saw the pressure that Appalachian State brought. Holton was sacked 4 times last game. And so I think we're going to see pressure, and I think Holton's going to have to handle that. And the Pirates are just going to have to try and do the best they can up front and hopefully get both the running game going and also throw the football effectively in this game. It's not going to be easy, and this is a good defense, and this is a good SEC type of talent level that the Pirates are going to see today.
Jeff, I heard Donnie Kirkpatrick saying, I believe it was in the one-on-one interview you did with him, that teams are going to keep blitzing the Pirates because they're seeing that it works. He referenced some games last year. I think SMU didn't blitz a whole lot. ECU picked them apart. He mentioned the Georgia State game where they went after him, and that was a dreadful game down in Georgia. And, of course, we saw App State blitz. So he's expecting to see some pressure from South Carolina today. Some ways to alleviate that is the screen game and the quick passing game. The Pirates did a great job getting the ball to their running backs last week, but they have to find a way, if Holton's under pressure, to still allow C.J. Johnson and Tyler Snead to have an impact on the game. They didn't do that a week ago.
No, they didn't, and they've got to get more involved this week, but you're right, throwing to the backs. I mean, they had 9 catches last week. Keaton had 5, and Rajay had 4, and, of course, we all remember the 63-yard touchdown run that Keaton had after the catch last week. Boy, I'll tell you what, Clip, he is fast, too. Once he turned the corner, they weren't going to catch him. And you got to get a home run hitter like that as much involved as you possibly can. So they're going to try and do that today. Again, it all starts up front. I would like to see them throw more to the tight end. I know a lot of Pirate fans talk about that a lot. Yeah. Why don't they throw more to the tight end? Well, I think they're trying to. The kid who really is a talent is number 13, Ryan Jones. And he, when I talk to the coaches or some of the players, when I talk to Holton Nailers about him or some of the coaches, their eyes kind of light up and they say, this guy's at a different level, talent-wise. And we saw last week he got his feet wet and he caught a touchdown pass from Holton late in the game. But I would like to see him get involved because he is such a terrific athlete. And I think we'll see more of Ryan Jones as the weeks go by. But Shane Calhoun's been a little bit banged up, nothing to keep him out. But he's not been, wasn't 100% last week. And then Zach Bird, as we know, I mean, this guy is huge. He's 6'7", 281. And they bring him in to block some, but he's another tight end. Then Aaron Jarman played quite a bit at Temple before he transferred to ECU. Of course, he's a local kid from North Lenore. I mean, they've got 4 legit tight ends, and I know a lot of folks would like to see them throw more to them, and maybe this will be the day they try and get them more involved.
Jeff Charles joining us here to kick off the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Jeff, on the defensive side, talked to your broadcast partner Kevin Monroe last Friday, so he saw the game live. He had not rewatched it, but something he said that stood out to him were the East Carolina linebackers not being where they were supposed to be, not being in their proper fits, and just Appalachian State, once they get through the line, having no resistance and being able to run down the field, not get touched till 12, 15 yards later. So I thought linebackers, and I still do think the linebackers can be a strength on this defense, but K-Mo particularly said week 1 was not a good week for those guys.
Kevin made that comment during the course of our broadcast last week, and he was right. They were running into the secondary at the blink of an eye, and there just was not that type of attack at the point of attack that the Pirates really need up front. And they've moved Xavier Smith around, so that could be part of it. I'm not really sure, Clip, but he's playing up front now at a defensive end spot and also at a linebacker position. So with Xavier Smith and Bruce Bivens at the linebackers, you certainly have guys with experience who have played a lot. And then Miles Berry also is playing back there. So, yeah, I agree with Kevin. It was obvious watching the game. They were getting too much into the linebacking area and also into the secondary with their run game. And Pirates going to have to do a better job of that this week, too.
One thing I noticed from ECU's defense, Blake Harrell's pretty aggressive. He was sending a blitz. The problem was, Jeff, they weren't getting to Chase Bryce, and he was able to pick them apart down the field. Had guys running open, and that's something today. If ECU decides to blitz, they got to get home because, man, we saw it last Thursday. If not, you're going to get burned.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how they play it. Elijah Morris played well. He is quite a story. We talked about him all last year. Clip, here's a kid that was a walk-on freshman. He ends up starting, and he's probably their best defensive lineman going into the game today. And he gets a pretty good punch and up front. And they also like Surad Ware, who played well last week. And they say that he also can push people around. You've probably not heard a lot about him. He's a redshirt freshman from Richmond, 6 feet, 280 pounds. And I think we'll see him in the defensive line today for the Pirates. But they're going to have to play better. They like Emmanuel Hickman. They say he really works hard and really hustles and gives it everything he's got on every single play. So they like him as well up front. So, they're still searching. And Clip, we've talked about this. There's more depth now on both sides of the line of scrimmage for ECU. But you have to have guys step up. It's great to have 16 or 18 guys in a position group, but you got to find the guys who can play and who are going to be your starters. And so I think the Pirates are still searching there.
Jeff, looking at the Orthopedics East injury report, of course, some bad news on the offensive side with Bailey Malovic as he goes down for the season at tackle. On the defensive side, I know you mentioned Elijah Morris. I think he was held out of some of the practice this week, but hopefully he is able to go today for ECU. Do you know about any injuries on the Pirates?
No, I think there are some guys a little bit banged up. As I mentioned, Shane Calhoun was a little bit banged up last week, and he's okay. Gerard Stringer's another one. Clip, he's been banged up. I don't know if we'll see Gerard play today. My gut tells me probably not. So they have a few guys out, and the Bailey Malovic injury up front at the right tackle spot is a big one because he is, and talking with the coaches, kind of the vocal leader, and he is the guy that really gets the rest of the guys fired up. He's always very positive, works extremely hard. They feel like they're going to miss some of that on the offensive line. But Noah Henderson played well last week, and he's quite a story, too, with that back injury that he had earlier in his career. We didn't think he was ever going to play football again, and now here he is starting again at the right tackle spot. So he'll move up there and start at right tackle in place of Bailey Malovic, and we feel for Bailey because he works so hard. He put on 30 pounds in the offseason. Remember, we talked about how thin he looked playing right tackle last year at about 255, which is very thin at that tackle spot in Division I football, but he got up to like 285, and he looked different out there. But unfortunately now he's been lost for the year, so Noah Henderson has to step up, and Rob Vanderlyn is an interesting guy. He's new to the program, junior college player from California, and we may see number 60 play some at that right tackle spot this afternoon as well.
A look at the Orthopedics East injury report brought to you by Orthopedics East, offering a variety of services that will get you back in the game. For experienced and professional medical care, visit Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville, online at orthoeast.com. Jeff, it was a lot nicer when they just give you a handy injury report. Gone are those days.
They are gone, and there's a variety of reasons for that, and there's privacy issues now involved, and so coaches can't talk about it. Coaches never wanted to talk about injuries anyway because they always thought it gave the opponent an advantage, which it probably did if you knew who or who wasn't playing in the game. So, yeah, it's become increasingly difficult to get information on injuries as the years have gone on.
No doubt. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back, get Jeff's final thoughts on East Carolina and South Carolina, and we'll let the voice get over to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. By the way, if you're heading to the game and don't know where to park, well, I got an idea for you. Game day parking is available. Call or text now to reserve your parking spot on the corner of Elm Street and Greenville Boulevard for only $20. Call 252 or text 252-917-3501. It's a grass lot. They have a porta-john there for you and a quick 10-minute walk to the stadium just for $20 there on the corner of Elm Street and Greenville Boulevard. If you need a place to park, text or call 252-917-3501. Take a timeout, come back. A little more time to go with the voice when we return after this. Hey Pirates,
This is Holt Nailers. A big part of my success on the field is what I eat at home. To keep my body filled up, I order meals off a Clean Eats meal plan. I choose the meals I want from 6 different meals offered each week, and I pick them up on Sunday or Monday at the cafe on Red Banks Road. Each meal is packed with the perfect mix of healthy proteins, carbs, and veggies to keep my engine running at full speed. Go to cleaneats.com, click on meal plans, or stop by the cafe and get all the info. Clean Eats and the Pirates, a winning combination.
In studio with Gloria from Kinetic Physical Therapy. Gloria, what is cryotherapy?
Cryotherapy is when your body is exposed to extremely cold but therapeutic temperatures for several minutes. It has many benefits, including decreased pain, decreased inflammation, increased energy, and improved overall wellness. That's why at Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we offer a wide variety of services, including cryotherapy. So whether you're an athlete or whether you just want to give your health a boost, cryotherapy will help to ensure that you're feeling great and living well. So come chill with us and you'll be back for more.
Have you been waiting to try CBD? ENS Hemp on Fire Tower Road in Greenville is the area leader in CBD. We want to educate you on how our products work with your endocannabinoid system. These products are all natural and non-addictive. ENS offers a variety of products to meet your needs. Tinctures, edibles, topicals, and even smokable items. Customer feedback indicates relief from stress, anxiety, fatigue, pain, and PTSD, just to name a few. ENS Hemp is located on Fire Tower Road. Also, check us out on our Instagram and Facebook pages.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Hello, this is Michael McGraw from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center of Greenville. We offer a variety of services including arthroscopic surgery, sports medicine, carpal tunnel and general orthopedics, fracture care, total joint replacement, physical therapy, and on-site MRIs. For experienced professional medical care, visit our office on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville and online at orthoeast.com. Orthopedics East providing services to ECU and Pitt County Athletics for over 35 years. Go Pirates!
Come pop a top this ECU football season at Jarvis Street Bottle Shop. Jarvis Street Bottle Shop is a specialty shop selling craft, domestic, and import brews, along with wine and growlers. Hosting a tailgate? Stop by the shop and grab a keg for your party or event. The Bottle Shop offers monthly beer and wine tastings featuring rotating NC craft breweries, along with live music and discounts. Stop by the shop Tuesday through Sunday, or check them out on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
This is Big John Williams, strength and conditioning coach for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, taking a look at the score from last night, Kansas got walloped by 17th ranked Coastal Carolina, as the Chanticleers are now 2-0 as they beat Kansas last night by a final of 49-22. Taking a look at your Major League Baseball scores from yesterday, the Giants beat the Cubs 6-1. It was the Pirates over the Nationals 4-3. Rockies beat the Phillies 11-2. The Orioles pick up a win over the Blue Jays 6-3. Brewers over the Indians 10-3. The Mets beat the Yankees in Game 1 of the Subway Series 10-3. Tigers beat the Rays 10-4. It was the Braves over the Marlins 6-2. And the White Sox beat the Red Sox by a final of 4-3. And that is a look at your scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. The Buccaneer Music Hall is open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule. See ya at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
The Buck. The Buck. That was a good one, Chandler. This is pretty cool, Shirley. We'll have some updates on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard during the Bud Light pregame tailgate. How could that be? ECU plays at noon. Because
how was that?
Hey, people are asking, Chandler, how is that possible? An 11 a.m. kickoff in Charlottesville, Virginia, between Illinois and the Cavaliers of Virginia at 11:30. It'll be Western Kentucky's high-powered offense taking on Army in West Point, New York. So you got a couple of games kicking off. VMI's taking on Kent State at 11:30 as well. So 3 games kicking off before noon. So there you go. Jeff, kind of an odd season already for Brett Bielema there in Champaign. Got a big win over Nebraska, and then they turn around and lose in week 2 to UTSA at home, 37-30. They'll be in Virginia coming up in a couple hours.
Yeah, he has a major rebuilding job on his hands too, Clip. And I heard the other day during that game, I was listening to that game on radio, the opener, when they beat Nebraska. And Illinois has had 10 straight losing seasons.
Man.
So we know it's been a little rough around here. Well, it's been a lot rougher in Champaign. So he's a good coach. I think he'll do a good job there. Illinois is a tough job in the Big Ten. It's like Minnesota. It's just a tough nut. And he's very much starting to put his program in place.
Similar, is it similar to South Carolina in the SEC, where there's just so many teams ahead of them? It's tough to catch up with. And you've seen it, Jeff. The Gamecocks had that great run with Steve Spurrier, where they finished at least one season in the top 10, but really outside of that, have struggled to kind of find their place in the SEC.
Yeah, they have. They had those back-to-back bowl wins over Ohio State twice. You may remember, Clip, and Steve Spurrier and Lou Holtz did a really good job there, but when you're playing against the caliber of competition they play against each and every week, when you have to play Alabama and Georgia and company, I mean, it's tough. And so South Carolina always has its work cut out for them in SEC play. It's not a big state. It's a good football state because I lived there for a year, and they really love their football in the state of South Carolina. And there's some good players there, but there just aren't that many of them. And then, of course, you got Clemson just up the road, and we all know what they've been able to do in recent years. So they've got to branch out. They've got to get some kids from Florida and Georgia, and they come into North Carolina. They get kids out of North Carolina, of course, and the Pirates run into them in recruiting in this state. But it's not an easy job, and that's why they go through coaches kind of like some other programs do. A coach comes in there, and after 4 or 5 years, if he's not winning big for the fan base, then they usually look to go with somebody else.
Jeff, big one for Rajay Harris today. He is from South Carolina. He said earlier this week on Pirate Radio Live that when you grow up in South Carolina, you're either a Gamecock or a Tiger. I said, well, which one are you? He said he was a Gamecock. And he mentioned some names, Lattimore and Alshon Jeffrey. If you go back to 2011 when ECU played South Carolina in Charlotte, there was probably a young Rajay Harris rooting for the Gamecocks that day. Of course, he'll be wearing the purple today. So you've seen these matchups before, Jeff, where guys were maybe overlooked by their home school, and Rajay has a little chip on the shoulder today.
Yeah, I would think so. I think he does every time the Pirates play. He's from Duncan, South Carolina, and we remember last year he burst onto the scene, ran for 624 yards. It was the Rookie of the Year in the American Athletic Conference. He just didn't have a whole lot of room to run last week, Clip, so his numbers last week weren't that great. He only ran for 22 yards. He did make 4 catches out of the backfield, but they need to get Rajay a little bit more involved. I think they'll try and do that today because he's a kid that can run over people, and he's got good speed. He can run around folks as well, so hopefully he'll be a bigger part of the offense today, but he's a big part of what East Carolina wants to do offensively.
Jeff, let's get your final thoughts on this game today. Last week, 33-19, East Carolina left some points on the field there. Had 2 touchdowns called back, a big Ehlers run called back. They could have had more points. Of quite frankly, App State could have had more points, I think, in the fourth quarter if they really wanted to. They were just trying to bleed some clock there. So could have seen a much high-scoring game last week. How about this week, Jeff? How many points you think the winner needs this afternoon?
I think the winner will have to have at least 30 points, maybe 33 points, something like that. I think it's a similar scenario as to what we saw last week, Clip, as far as the play up front. I don't think this really changes. It might change a little bit next week. It might feel a little differently when East Carolina plays Marshall. But again, this week, I think it's in the trenches. And my biggest concern is East Carolina's offensive line against that defensive front of South Carolina. And it's going to be interesting to see if the Pirates can hold up front against a very good defensive front four that South Carolina is going to put out there. And then you flip the coin on the other side. And how will the Pirates match up defensively against South Carolina's offensive line? I don't think it's a great offensive line. I think it's a good one, and they're experienced, but they're not as quick as Appalachian State's offensive line. That quickness last week and athleticism really bothered ECU. And South Carolina is bigger than Appalachian, but I don't know if they're as quick or maybe even quite as athletic in some positions. So that's going to be another key. And Clip, you're right. When you started the show, we talk about the same things, but football still is a game of what do you have up front and who's going to win the battle in the trenches. And I think last week was really important. I think this week it's again really important. Maybe not so much next week when we talk about next week's game, but again, how will the Pirates be able to hold up front against an SEC team?
Jeff, when I'm watching sports on TV, and especially if I'm at an event, but even if I'm flipping around, and it could be pro wrestling, if they're in the Thunderdome in Florida and there's no fans, it's tough for me to stay there and to watch it. If it's a packed house and people are excited, I'll tune in and watch it, really no matter what it is, soccer, wrestling, whatever. How about you calling the game? How much of an impact, how much of an atmosphere, and how much more enjoyable is it when you have fans in attendance like you will today as opposed to last year where you were really missing out on that?
Well, number one, it's just great to have the Pirate Nation back in Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, Bagwell Field, as we were at UBE yesterday. It felt like a game weekend again, and we have really missed that. We missed it all of last year. So it was great seeing the car flags and the people milling around and a good crowd at UBE. And then you wake up this morning, Clip, and it's 63 degrees. It's a gorgeous day. It feels like fall. It feels like football. So, yeah, that was something that we can really get excited about this weekend. But you're right. I mean, it just wasn't the same because we didn't travel last year with either football or basketball. And we were sitting in a studio and we were broadcasting the games, which was a whole different experience. And you just really didn't feel like you were a part of the game or didn't feel like you were a part of the program last year because, as you know, the access was so limited with the players and the coaches, and we weren't traveling with the team. And you're sitting in a little room watching a TV monitor and broadcasting the game, which was an adventure in its own right. So, yes, it feels so much better this year. We were all just so excited to get the word this summer that we would be traveling again with the team and we would be going to stadiums and doing what we always love to do. So, yeah, it's fun to be kind of back, if you will. And I just hope that things continue to not go downhill as they are nationally with COVID. We just have our fingers crossed that people get vaccinated and that we can continue to make progress against the pandemic. And the last thing anybody wants at this point, Clip, is to have a season halted.
Yeah.
And, we're back in that stop and start kind of deal again. And you've got our fingers crossed that doesn't happen. But it's great to be back. It's great to see the Pirate Nation. And hopefully this is going to be a good day for ECU.
Yeah, looking forward to that roar during the first ECU touchdown with the fans back at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium this afternoon. Jeff, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Really enjoyed it here, hour number one on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Have a great call today.
Thanks a lot, Clip. Look forward to joining you before all the home games this year.
Yes, sir. There is the voice, Jeff Charles, joining us here. Hour number one in the books. We will take a timeout, come back, have more for you. I tell you what, as we go to break, Shirley, this happens from time to time. Somebody will call in and they'll have some tickets that they want to give away, and that is the case right now. So we have 2 tickets available for today's game. If you need 2 tickets, we got them. You got to call in right now, 317-1250. We'll go caller 10.
Yep, we'll go caller 10.
And Shirley will give you all the information you need to get these tickets. If you want to go to today's game or if you need 2 extra tickets, call in now, 317-1250. We'll have our winner. We'll have Ronnie Woodward joining us to kick off hour number 2 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. That's on the way right after this. The best place for delicious food and great prices is Familia. Familia has something for everyone, like New York-style pizza, lasagna, chicken, veal, or eggplant parmesan, homemade meatballs, plus a variety of seafood selections and favorites, like the steak burger and southern pork chop. If you need food to go, Familia's drive-thru window is open and ready for all takeout orders. Familia, Fire Tower Road near Pitt Community College, and FamiliaNC.com.
Blue 42! Blue 42! Unlike football, life doesn't take a timeout, and anything can happen at any time. Unfortunately, anything isn't always a good thing. You need auto and life coverage, and agents. There for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You need North Carolina Farm Bureau insurance. Timeout? Not even in our vocabulary.
Pirate fans, call Brian Coleman or CJ Messerly at 756-3007.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina, Inc. Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
Eastern North Carolina's choice for window tinting, signs, graphics, wraps, graphic design, and more is Signs and Tint. Signs and Tint is family owned and operated right here in Greenville, and their NC licensed electricians specialize in ceramic coating, vehicle wraps, and more. Signs and Tint offers 10% off for military and first responders. Also, make sure to mention Pirate Radio at checkout for a discount. Stop by their office today at 801 Staten Road or visit them online at signsandtint.com.
Pirate Nation, the newest sports bar is Quarters Bar and Grill, offering gourmet burgers, hot dogs, and wings with unique flavors Greenville has never seen. Pirates like to drink too. Quarters Bar and Grill offers a selection of 10 beers on tap and over 50 different craft beers. Come check us out at Quarters Bar and Grill, open Wednesday to Sunday, 11 to 11, located at the shopping center next to Krispy Kreme. Check us out on Facebook and Instagram and be on the lookout for Quarters Cash hidden around downtown Greenville. Quarters Bar and Grill, the plunder never tasted so good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram at PR927FM. If you want to follow us on Twitter, it's at FreePR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today. And as we head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate, congratulations to Wayne Murray, who picked up 2 free tickets to the game. That's why it's important to listen to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, not only for the most in-depth ECU coverage anywhere, but once in a while you can win some free tickets.
And that just happened.
And that just happened.
You never know what could happen on our live 4-hour ride during the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Coming up, hour 2 of today's show, we'll have Donnie Kirkpatrick. As he visited with The Voice earlier this week, you'll hear from Donnie K. The big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, going to join us, and also Tommy Suggs. He is the color analyst on the South Carolina Gamecocks radio network. So all that and more on the way in hour 2. Right now, Ronnie Woodward joins us inside the Pirate Radio studios. Ronnie, happy game day to you. How you doing, man?
I'm good.
Good to see you. I understand that you took in some of the Free Boot Friday festivities last night.
Yeah. Me and the wife, the baby, strolled around for a little bit. Chandler said he saw me. I did not see Chandler, so I was not trying to ghost him and big time him.
Chandler?
I would have talked and hung out.
I was trying to get my tokens for my cold brews, my cold pirate beverages.
We were trying to head out. It was bath and bedtime for the little one.
And now I kind of regret it because I did want to see the little one.
Yeah.
And introduce myself.
Yeah.
Wake her up.
Yeah.
Get in her face.
She met Coach Kraft. She met the Hammer.
Okay.
Hammer. Decent amount of people. There's a lot of people we knew just kind of strolling around. It was fun.
Speaking of a lot of people, just saw the first pictures of the Pirate Radio tailgate zone, and man, that is great to see after a year off.
Yeah.
As people are tailgating, the lots open up 7 a.m. Ronnie Woodward for those real warriors out there.
I was not tailgating, but I was up.
Ronnie, let's get your take on East Carolina and South Carolina and the Pirate. Do you have a connection to South Carolina? What's your connection?
My namesake.
Yeah.
I don't know if I should say it. Uncle Ron Morris.
He covered
He's like the most hated man in Columbia, South Carolina for a long time.
All right. Unfortunately, I don't think you'll ever be the most hated man in Greenville.
Nah.
You kind of get along with everyone. So.
Yeah, he was a columnist. South Carolina fans certainly would know him. It's funny, too, because I've gotten hit up this week by, they have so many websites and radio. And their coverage is insane.
Yeah.
And I did one. And then the other ones, I was kind of I'm good. I'm kind of over this. I want to enjoy my Friday afternoon off. But I thought about emailing back and be like, hey, my uncle, you might know him. And they probably would have been like, all right, you're not, we're not having you on. Yeah, it was bad. Spurrier bought a billboard trying to protest the paper, kicked him out of the press conference.
Well, that's
on YouTube.
He's the negative guy.
He was that. It's him.
We got the negative guy.
That's him.
That's Ronnie's uncle.
And my uncle, man, he is stubborn. He used to plant questions with other reporters. Spurrier wouldn't answer his question. And Spurrier was not smart enough to figure out how Ron kept getting material. That, hey, man, you can just ask, hey, Clip, will you ask this question for me? And then Ron would sit there silent for the whole press conference. Eventually, he just kicked him out.
Wow.
It got messy. On a serious note, it was.
Yeah, that sounds like.
Ron had to lawyer up. And
good grief.
It was rough.
Yeah.
So Steve Spurrier, if somehow Steve Spurrier Jr. ever ends up on the ECU staff and I'm covering the team or whatever, it would be interesting.
So what is your uncle doing now?
He's retired. He's hanging out.
He's writing under a secret name. He's got blogs out there trashing South Carolina.
So, yeah.
What's your take on this Gamecocks team coming in 45-0 winners last week over a bad Eastern Illinois team? They are 2.5-point favorites against East Carolina in this game today.
It's been talked about over and over and over, but the battle up front, is I think going to be huge. And honestly, I want to see. We talked about it the other day, Keaton Mitchell. Maybe Hatfield and Iga made a point as well. Some jet sweep action. I want to see Keaton Mitchell line up in the slot. I think they got to find a way, go 4 wide, 5 wide to spread it out. Because I think the one thing South Carolina really has, real SEC top-end talent, is the defensive line. And you got to neutralize that somehow.
Yeah, well, it seems like East Carolina with Mike Houston, Donnie Kirkpatrick are reluctant at times to spread it out and to go with tempo and pace. And I think, didn't Donnie address that? He did on the Brian Bailey show, where he said, he'd like to go fast, but sometimes when they go fast, they don't. It's kind of like he wants some quality over quantity, so to speak. And sometimes the plays aren't there when they try to go too fast. But you're right. That's one way, and that's how East Carolina had those record-breaking offenses with Lincoln Riley. They would just spread it out, and that led to big running lanes because then teams started to go outside with the receivers, and it led to Ventavious Cooper, Breon Allen finding holes up the middle.
Yeah, I mean, some motions. I think this is a C.J. Johnson game, too. You need him to make some plays. The one area where South Carolina's defense, I think, is a weakness is their corners. So, I mean, I think C.J. Johnson, they're going to take some shots with him. The other thing, too, I could be wrong, but it's interesting. The blitz talk has been a theme this week, too. I don't think, again, the more that I look at that defensive line, there's 2 5-star recruits. There's an NFL defensive end, outside linebacker like Xavier Smith type. I don't know if South Carolina is going to blitz.
You don't think they're going to have to?
Yeah, I think if they rush their 4, maybe 5, and they protect those corners and trust, in their eyes, hey, our 5 is going to be better than your 5. We don't need to bring 7 or 8. I don't know. I think that there's a little bit of overreaction to the App State blitzing, and they were so fast. I don't know if South Carolina needs to bring 7.
Part of that was Donnie saying, if you want to beat ECU, you blitz.
Yeah.
It was kind of, that's what he was saying. I mean, for him, it's, okay, once we do get pressure, what are we going to do? And that's, we saw with the screen game last week. But you got to find a way, if the blitz is coming, Ronnie, or pressure is coming, to still get Snead and CJ involved somehow. Whether that be screens to them, or like you're saying, sweeps, things like that.
Yeah, but that is something I want to watch, especially early. What South Carolina's plan is. Do they see the App State film and say, okay, we're going to do the same? Because, again, to me, that puts their cornerbacks vulnerable. And I think C.J. Johnson can win some one-on-one matchups. And you can get Keaton Mitchell in a wheel route and that type of stuff loose if they're blitzing. Where to me, just looking at that defensive line, they might say, hey, we'll take our defensive line and we'll blanket it in the back end and trust that we can win some battles up front. So again, that's part of the chess match that I want to see develop, how much South Carolina really blitzes, or they trust those single-digit guys on the defensive line to get after it, and how does ECU respond either way?
Well, ECU was blitzing last week, Ronnie, but it really didn't work. 1 sack in the game for the Pirates, and they were coming after Bryce, just not getting to him, and it led to some big plays down the field for the Appalachian State Mountaineers. I'm wondering how many times today South Carolina even throws the football. It reminds me, it might have been a conversation with you last week where you were saying, make Chase Bryce beat you, and I was thinking, will they even have an opportunity to see if Chase Bryce is good or not? Well, I tell you what, he looked really good. I'll give him credit last week.
Me too. Yeah.
But South Carolina threw for just over 100 yards last week. If they can run the ball with Kevin Harris and those guys, they might not let Doty or Nolan determine the game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And look, I'll be the first to admit, I didn't believe in Chase Bryce to be able to do that. I'm curious to see what he does down in Coral Gables tonight.
I'm very interested in that game.
Yeah, tonight. I am. I really want to watch that game. And I want to watch the NC State Mississippi State game. So noon kickoff. All for it, baby.
I've already
all for it.
I looked ahead last Saturday at the night games tonight. When I get off the 5th quarter, what will I be able to watch? And it's those two and Texas, Arkansas, if you're into that. But no, so, again, I don't know. And Ronnie, you kind of pointed this out on Twitter earlier in the week, that their offensive coordinator was talking about how they were giving almost 100% of the practice reps to Doty to see how he could handle it. I think if that's the case, then we'll see him today. Jeff Charles' gut said Zeb Nolan starts, and we see Doty in the game as well. So
yeah, I wonder if you're going to see both. But to me, if Doty is ready, play him. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. But you're right. I mean, maybe Nolan is the safe route to begin, and you see how that goes. And if you want to throw in Doty, maybe they don't use him as like a wildcat, but a change of pace, give him a couple series, do some options, some read option, whatever type things. So yeah, I think those are your options. Either Nolan plays the whole game, or Doty is 100% healthy and they want him to play the whole game, or they try and mix and match it a little bit. So it's really weird too, because I wrote about it early in the week. Back-to-back weeks for ECU, there's been some for the ECU defense. There've been some questions on quarterback. Because you didn't know what you were going to get with Chase Bryce. He was so bad at Duke. He looked good at Clemson at times. and he ended up being the Clemson Chase Bryce. And then this week, you don't know which guy you're going to face or both. So that's just just the way the schedule broke, whatever. The way it's football, but it's interesting that both going into the game, there's some questions at quarterback about what exactly you're going to face. Where ECU, you know what you're going to get. It's Holton Ahlers. It's, you can game plan it.
Those questions are about to be over once we get to Marshall, Tulane, UCF. Yeah, they have established QBs. So,
but it's tough. That first two games, there's, you don't know exactly how to game plan. That's a wild card.
And Blake Harrell even said, we have to prepare for all of them. Yeah, pretty much.
And that takes
away time and practice
from like zeroing in on this. You watch this film with this one guy and this one play and this one tendency. You have to do it 3 times or 2 times so you get less focus on each one. That's part of the game plan, part of your timing and all that during the week.
I don't go to press conferences anymore. I'm here at the studio.
I know, I miss you.
Yeah, sorry. But a good question for next week, especially if ECU wins this game, Ronnie. Shane Beamer came out during his, I think this was the teleconference, not the press conference, gave his scout team players of the week. I thought that was pretty cool. So if ECU wins this game, that might be a good question for Mike Houston. Hey, who are your scout team players of the week last week? Getting you ready,
especially with the quarterbacks.
Yeah, right. I think that'd be interesting. Who is mimicking all these different QBs and running backs that South Carolina has? All right, South Carolina 2.5-point favorite, total 56.5. So they're thinking, God, I shouldn't have done this on the fly.
Right?
Let's see, 30-20 would be 52.
34-30 or something.
No, I mean that's 64 points.
Oh yeah. I'm not good at math.
I know. I shouldn't have done this on the fly.
31-28?
30 to 28 would be 58. So like 29 to
30-27, 29-20.
Something around there.
In there.
30-27.
We got there.
Okay.
We got there.
What do you think about those numbers? What kind of score? I asked Jeff Charles this. What does the winning team need to score today?
I think 30 makes it. I think especially if it's ECU, I think they can get to 30-35. Is that too crazy? I was asked this question by a South Carolina podcast, video, whatever the heck I was on. One of their 20 websites.
And I said I said 33-ish to 27-ish.
Yeah.
I got ECU winning this game. I just think it's a great bounce back opportunity.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we're going to see that all across college football today. We're talking about Iowa State. Iowa State looked pretty dreadful last week. They bounced back today. North Carolina's going to bounce back and put up 50-some against Georgia State.
Clemson's going to score 200.
Yeah, it's good. It's not just like an ECU thing. This is kind of what we see in college football, and we've seen it with ECU. I keep going back to the A&T and North Carolina season where they look so bad one week and then you look good the next week. I think ECU bounces back today. So
similar scenario, a bottom-level Power 5 team, North Carolina, South Carolina.
Yeah.
I think the crowd's a factor, too, honestly.
Sure.
Like, not so much as South Carolina's going to be intimidated or, whatever. I mean, look, they're playing at Georgia next week. But I think on the ECU side, especially after the pandemic, I mean, it's not a tangible thing, but I just think being excited. Blake Harrell talked about they were too lateral last week and didn't get downhill and get aggressive. Well, the crowd and being at home and just that energy on the home side can help. So I think the crowd can be a factor in keeping ECU in it. And the students, especially if they stay after halftime, and that'll be interesting. Or if it kind of, there's been some games that just fizzles out when it's like a close, good game because people are, they tailgated since 7 a.m. and they're just kind of done with it by 2 p.m. But if the crowd stays into it, I think it can be a factor. So you're at home, use it. Why not use it to your advantage?
Ronnie Woodward joining us. Ronnie, you're welcome to hang out or leave. You are done with your required segment.
Okay.
So I need to take a break because Chandler and Shirley are eating Warren's hot dogs.
Ooh.
Technically, sausage dogs.
Well, we have a plethora of food back there from Warren's hot dogs.
That has become your favorite word.
It's a great word.
Ever since Bryce Williams said it, it's plethora.
How did Bryce Williams say it, Chandler?
plethora.
He really
version.
extended it. Plethora.
But this is what we have back there. We have sausage dogs to get us started today. We have, of course, Warren's famous hot dogs with mild chili, hot chili, all the condiments. We have a meat lover's pizza.
From Warren's?
From Warren's Hot Dogs.
Warren's Pizza.
We also have, for dessert, apple and or peach turnovers.
What a menu. Thank you to Warren's Hot Dogs in Greenville, across from Ron Ayers, and Chocowinity next to the fire department. And you can try the tailgate special this year. 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.50 each. So $1.50 each for the tailgate special.
I also forgot to mention their homemade lemonade.
Oh, it's all.
Get down with that.
All right, well, let's take a break because I am hungry. We will come back. We'll hear from Donnie Kirkpatrick. Also coming up at around 9:30, we'll visit with the BMOC. Jeff Nadeau, Tommy Suggs set to join us this hour as well to talk Gamecocks football. Big hour 2 rolls on after this.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there, because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is the home of the best margaritas. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Tuesday for the Gulp of Mexico, a huge 46-ounce lime margarita for only $6.99. On Thursdays, relax and enjoy half-price pitchers of Chico's house margaritas. Choose from lime, strawberry, blood orange, raspberry, or peach. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
Hey Pirate fans, your one-stop shop for all your tailgate essentials is Shimmer Boutique. Need some purple and gold to wear? Shimmer has a great selection of clothing for men, women, and children. Need some shoes? Shimmer has the best selection of Hey Dudes around. Need a cooler for tailgating? Shimmer has you covered with a huge selection of Yeti and outdoor accessories. Shimmer, just 1 minute from the stadium on Greenville Boulevard behind Starbucks and in Winterville and Jacksonville. Find us online at shimmerboutiqueonline.com. Go Pirates!
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
This is John Gavigan with the Gavigan Agency. Our top priority is doing what is best for our members. Whether you are buying a new vehicle, a new home, protecting your family with life insurance, or filing a claim, our agency will be there every step of the way. Our goal is to become a trusted advisor for you and your family for all of your personal and commercial insurance needs. Give us a call in Greenville at 756-1400 for a car, home, business, or life insurance quote today, and give us the opportunity to show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey everybody, this is David Glenn, and you're listening to my favorite station in Eastern North Carolina, Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
There were a couple of college football games last night. Number 17, Coastal Carolina defeated Kansas 49-22. Duke was all over NC-A&T. 45-17 was that final. Utah State beat North Dakota 48-24, and Boise State beat up on UTEP last night by a final of 54-13. A couple of games that we're going to be keeping a close eye on because they have early starts. Illinois and Virginia will kick off at 11 o'clock. VMI and Kent State will be at 11:30, as well as Western Kentucky and Army. And Alabama State and number 25 Auburn kick off at noon, along with Northwestern and Indiana State. Georgia Tech takes on Kennesaw State at noon. It'll be Miami of Ohio and Minnesota also at noon. Wake Forest, Norfolk State, and number 3 Ohio State faces off against number 12 Oregon at noon. That is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule. And see ya at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Rolling right along, and I mean, look, I was having a good day before, but it just went to 11 with the Warren's Sausage Dogs.
Awesome. Has Warren's the strategy from our tradition, the Buck?
Oh, yeah. The Buck.
The Buck. Hey, I don't blame you. Warren's is so good, it just kind of throws you off track.
These sausage dogs are phenomenal.
This apple turnover is...
Ronnie already devoured his. He went Joey Chestnut on that sausage dog.
He's ate 6 already.
So thank you to Warren's providing us with our awesome pre-game food. Warren's Hot Dogs, Greenville across from Ron Ayers, and also Chocowinity next to the fire department. Ronnie's going to hang out a few more minutes. We're going to let's hear Donnie Kirkpatrick, Shirley. We had, he went 20 minutes earlier this week, Ronnie, so we had to break it up.
Is my mic on, by the way?
Yeah.
It is? It says 0 right here.
Well, that's not your mic. Yours is right there.
Oh, okay.
Look, Ronnie.
Why is it 9 order?
Hey, we know what we're doing, man.
I got it.
Let me handle this part of it.
I just want to start.
Hey, and you know what? In Ronnie Woodward fashion, he's just lingering around. He was supposed to be gone, and he's sticking around.
I'm not ready to go to the game yet.
That day you were on the phone and wouldn't hang up was like, and we thought you were gone, and then you'd be like,
Hey, that was a rough week to 10 days of a lot of me and baby time at the house. So that was a good opportunity to kind of...
You just needed a friend.
I just wanted to get away.
You needed a lifeline.
I needed an out.
Let's hear some Donnie K from earlier this week. We played a ton of it on Pirate Radio Live, and believe it or not, we did not play it all because he went on for a long time. Sure, let's hear Donnie Kirkpatrick 5.
Covering Rajay, something tells me he's going to be pretty motivated for this game. So has he told you to get him the ball more?
You know, he didn't say it in those terms, but he's fist bumped me a lot starting on Sunday. He was kind of like making sure, like, hey, coach, how you doing today? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of his way of saying, hey, whatever. You come from a state, and that's the university of, and I guess, they don't recruit you, or they don't recruit you hard enough, whatever they don't do. And you just have family, you just have friends, and you have friends that are fans of those schools. So, you got a little bit of extra incentive. We see that when we play the North Carolinas and other schools in this state. We see it with all our kids, too. That's part of it. That's the fun part of it, too. So, he gave it everything he had. We didn't get him the ball enough because we just couldn't, at that point. But he played hard. He played good. He had one protection bust in there, too. You know what I'm saying? We got to eliminate that, and he'll give it everything he's got. I have total faith in those two running backs.
Coach Beamer talked about recruiting Holton at Georgia.
Yeah.
And how disappointed he was that he wasn't able to get him to come there. So he's prepared for that. What do you kind of think of him, and Holton decided to come here?
Well, Shane's an awesome person. I had the opportunity to be around him a couple of times when we, playing them when he was at there, and then we played Spurrier and them. He was at South Carolina, on that staff. And then obviously he was out there with really good friends of mine at Oklahoma, and I'd made a couple trips out there and sat, in the room with him and had some good conversation with him. So he's a phenomenal recruiter. So obviously he's on a lot of good guys. I'm sure he got a good relationship. Because Holton would probably have been a fun guy to recruit. I was here when we first started recruiting Holton. It was going to be fun, you know what I'm saying? And then obviously got asked to leave, you know what I'm saying? So we didn't get to finish that job, but came back. He's the first guy standing out here at the door when I got here. So, he's that kind of an awesome kid. And I know Shane wishes him well, but I'm sure he's not wishing him much well this weekend,
Donnie Kirkpatrick there, and he talked a lot this week about what ECU needs to do to move the football, Ronnie, and a lot of that is, seeing a blitz, seeing pressure, and reacting to it and working out of it. And I think that you said it was almost over-discussed this week, but it sounds like something they've really focused on at practice leading up to this game.
Well, yeah, as far as trying to fix it, it's a lot, it's assignments, it's reading, a lot of it pre-snap, probably, and even some of that goes on Ehlers, of you shifting protection if you need to, or moving the running back to the other side, or whatever it is. And the interesting part was that he said there was 5 busts, and they were by 5 different people. I know he mentioned Noah Henderson had 1. Mike Houston on Tuesday mentioned each of the running backs had 1, so there's 3 of your 5. I don't know where the other 2 is, but yeah, that's, again, we talked about it at the beginning there. That's got to get shored up, whether it's a blitz or a knot or a nose guard or whoever or wherever it's coming from. Even if you make contact or get in the way, that at least slows it. There was App State free rushers, which is what they say when there's a protection bust. Basically means the guy went straight to the quarterback without being touched, and that happened 5 times. Well, those are almost guaranteed to be negative plays, sometimes turnovers. So, yeah, if you're in the right spot, even if you get beat, you at least going to make some contact or impede the blitz or rush of some kind. So to me, that's the difference between a straight up untouched, straight to the quarterback versus being in the right spot. Is even if you're outmanned or the other guy makes a good move, a swim move or whatever, just being in the way sometimes is half the battle.
Ronnie Woodward joining us. Ronnie, we'll let you get off to the stadium. We got to get to the BMOC Jeff Nadeau. Let's take a time out. We'll come back, and the big man will join us. We'll get his thoughts on ECU and South Carolina, NC State, Mississippi State, North Carolina, Georgia State, and some of his other favorite plays from this Saturday. And if we have time, on into Sunday's NFL slate as well. All right, more to go. Hour 2 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate rolls on after this.
While you're sleeping, our whole hogs are slow cooking over wood to create that bite that Eastern North Carolina is known for. I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have been the torchbearers for what whole hog barbecue is supposed to be. At Sam Jones, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors. Everything, and I mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Come on over and see us at Sam Jones Barbecue, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. Sam Jones Barbecue, Fire Tower Road.
There's no better time to drive away with a quality pre-owned car, truck, or SUV from Greenville Auto World. Greenville Auto World is your authorized rough country dealer. We specialize in lift and leveling kits along with custom wheel packages. Whether you're looking for ground clearance or enhancing the appearance of your vehicle, trust our team for your off-road experience. Greenville Auto World, 3840 South Charles Boulevard across from Hardee's at Bell's Fork, or online at greenvilleautoworld.net.
We paid how much for those lessons?
Shh, she's doing great.
Oh yeah, totally. Can you pass me a Pepsi Zero Sugar? Great job, honey! Oh, look at that. That's not the end.
No way. Now it's time for the encore.
You know what? You're right. 5 times? Not enough times.
For everyone who traded in rock concerts for their kids' recitals, you've compromised enough. Pepsi Zero Sugar. That's what I like.
Here is your ice-cold Pepsi Zero Sugar, sir.
Oh, thanks. Wanna watch the game?
Ooh, little sports ball on a Sunday afternoon. Don't mind if I do. Hey, did we win? It sounds like we won.
It's still the first quarter.
I must be lucky. People say that about me. Tough break on that free throw there. Shouldn't be doing that.
Dude, we're watching football. Come on.
For everyone who spent the entire game explaining the entire game, You've compromised enough. Pepsi Zero Sugar. That's what I like.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Are you starting to plan your holiday travel for this year? Book today on American Airlines at PGV and enjoy the friendly convenience of flying from your local airport. American Airlines and PGV. Book today at aa.com. PGV, where the Pirates fly.
Pirate fans, get ready for a winning season and team up with Quality Equipment, your local John Deere dealer and proud sponsor of the ECU Pirates. When you do business with us, you'll get things done right. We're proud to offer a large selection of new and used John Deere equipment, a fully stocked parts department, and a highly trained staff who is here to support you throughout the life of your equipment. So get quality done right before every ECU game day and visit QualityEquip.com.
This is Coach Steve Shankweiler, offensive line coach for East Carolina University football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
Well, welcome back. Hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. This is our last early pregame show for a while because ECU plays next week at 6 o'clock on Facebook. That's going to be really difficult to explain to people throughout the week how to watch the game. It is going to be on Facebook. Although it says CBS Sports Network.
How do I watch the game?
It does say CBS Sports Network now. So maybe it'll be on CBS Sports Network. They'll play at 6 next week, 6 the following week, and then we get into the TBAs. So early morning edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate today. We'll roll on and talk to the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, look at ECU, South Carolina, and some other action going on today. Big man, how you doing on this Saturday morning?
Pretty good, Clip. How are you?
Hey, doing great. Appreciate you joining us as always. Jeff, the South Carolina, East Carolina line maybe corrected itself a bit over the span of the week, as now South Carolina is a 2.5-point favorite going into today's noon kickoff. Total sitting at 56.5. Jeff, any leans one way or the other on this football game?
I found it to be tough, to be honest, Clip. If I had to play it, I would lean with East Carolina. I think at home, this is kind of the game that if you're Mike Houston and you're that team, you got to try to find a way to win. At some point, things have to start to come on with the win-loss with him. And a lot of it's been the loss lately in the last couple of years. They have, to me, the better overall team. This is a bad South Carolina team. This is a team that has not been good for the last several years. The quarterback position is a real mess for them. East Carolina has a stable quarterback. They have stable skill position players. Defensively, I think they're probably better. And they're at home. Obviously, they'll have a good crowd there. We all know that. And you all know that. The line's been bouncing all over the place. Sharp money, though, is on East Carolina. That would be the sharp side in this game. I think they win the game. I'll be honest, Clip. I guess the question would be to you, if you can't win this game, when do you expect to win games? I guess you expect in the AAC to win games, but this is a very winnable game. This is why Mike Houston was brought in.
I've already said, Jeff, next week at Marshall looks tough. ECU will beat Charleston Southern September 25th, but then after that, you get Tulane. You just saw what they did at Oklahoma last week. You're at UCF. You're at Houston. That is a tough stretch to start the conference season before you get into South Florida and Temple, which certainly look like winnable games for the Pirates right now. So this one's huge, Jeff, because there's a there's a path to starting 2-2, 3-1 if you win this game. If you lose this game, there's a pretty clear path to starting 1-5. So that makes this one pretty important.
No, it definitely does. And look, we saw the shades of ECU. Look, last week, that's a tough football team you play, but this is a bad team. This is a team with a name, but they're not good. You have Keaton Harris. You have some guys that just are better than anything South Carolina can throw out there. So, yeah, if I had to play it, I would lean ECU. I mean, you just kind of, again, you're waiting each week for ECU to play better than the opponent because generally, this team has solid skill position players. You know that.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of the time in the trenches they get beat. But I think they win today. I do.
Jeff, speaking of that quality team that played ECU last week, I'm interested in their game tonight against Miami. 7:00. It'll be Miami 8-point favorites over App State. Total at 54.5. Miami, I mean, you can almost throw out their week 1 game against Alabama. They're going to come back ready to go. Now they do have Michigan State next week. I don't think Miami takes App State lightly, Jeff. But what do you think about this game tonight down in Coral Gables?
Yeah, I kind of felt like this is just one of those games where, look, I think App State will hang around, for a while, and then Miami will just be too strong, too fast, too talented. Remember, they are playing off a loss, and as you said, it wasn't really one that you get too down about. But you look at it like a team that lost last night, Boise State in week 1, and they came out and absolutely beat up a bad opponent in week 2. Not that UTEP and App State are the same teams, but Miami is superior to the talent edge that Appalachian State gets. I think App State will move the football particularly early, but Miami pulls away. I think it wins by 10. I thought the line was just too low. I mean, if you're going to give me 14.5, then I'm interested. But what's it, 8.5, 9.5?
Yeah.
It's just too low, I think, for a game like this. I think App State's tough, but it's a different story outside of Boone against a tougher, more athletic, faster team. I think Miami probably finds a way to win by double digits.
Jeff Nadeau joining us, the big man on campus. You can follow him on Twitter at Jeff Nadu. Jeff, let's talk about some more teams in our area here in North Carolina. NC State tonight. This is a big one for Dave Doran. They go on the road to take on Mississippi State. There's going to be a big bounce-back trend across college football today. Hopefully East Carolina is one of those teams. You mentioned Miami could be one of those teams. Mississippi State won last week, but didn't look great doing so against Louisiana Tech. Maybe they put together a better performance tonight in Starkville, or is the right team favored in this game? NC State only a 1-point favorite, but interested to see them as a road favorite at a SEC school, Jeff.
Yeah, I actually zoomed right in on the total in this game. I bet it right when it came out. This is one of the plays that I have today. I took the over. I didn't understand the total at 54.5. I thought it was too low. I think at worst this is, like a 34-24 or something. When you look at both these offenses with Mississippi State, we all know that Mike Leach loves to throw the ball. They were number 1 last week in passing play percentage in America. They have receivers all over the place. When you look defensively, I mean, La Tech kind of did what they wanted to do. I thought their quarterback played well. I'm not real worried about Mississippi State's defense. This is a defense that I think can be thrown on. We all know Devin Leary has the ability to move the ball downfield. Look, I know that they put up 45, and that's what I want, obviously, in this game with offense, but I'm not in belief that they're as good defensively NC State as it looked. South Florida is dreadful. They may not win a game this year. They are that bad. They have one of the worst quarterbacks in the country in Cade Fortin. So for me, I think both defenses would be on their back foot. Obviously, whenever you play Mississippi State, you have to obviously keep up and throw the football. I don't know if Leary, look, they may start to run the ball initially, but you're going to have to, I think, get into a kind of a back-and-forth tussle. I had this one, first to 30 wins. Leads to an over for me. I was all over that.
Big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau. Can the Tar Heels bounce back in week 2, Jeff? They were stymied offensively in Blacksburg against Virginia Tech last Friday. They got a big number beside their name today, minus 26 against Georgia State, total at 66. What about Mac Brown and his guys coming up tonight?
Yeah, I mean, look, Sam Howell is, according to a lot of people. Look, I remember when I was at Pick Central, Brandon Walker told me he thought Sam Howell was the best quarterback in the country.
Yeah.
And I guess it's conceivable. He's a very good player. After week 1, I don't know if I'll still say that. And again, this is a team with very little that came back. It was hard to replace what they had, and we obviously saw what they were. Look, obviously Georgia State's going to be a little bit different. I will say, though, Georgia State, they got crushed in week 1. A lot of people will look at that. Keep in mind, they would have had their best receiver was out with coronavirus. They had some issues, but they should be able to take care of business in North Carolina. Georgia State's not a team you're just going to jump over, though. They have a pretty good offense, and defensively they have some kids that'll play in the NFL. But North Carolina, as I said, kind of like App State in that game with Miami, North Carolina just faster, stronger, better. They need to get some chemistry because they didn't look too good in week 1. You got to think they're pretty pissed off in week 2 coming back. Again, very similar to your Boise-Utah game, or UTEP game last night. North Carolina should win, I don't know, 41-14, something like that.
Jeff Nadeau joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. Jeff, we've kind of talked about what's going on in our state here today. Give me another play or two you're looking at on this Saturday, full slate of college football.
Yeah, I'm heading right to, obviously it's a somber day, a poignant day, 20 years after September 11th. I'm going to go to Air Force and Navy. Should be a very nice atmosphere down in Annapolis with the military schools. When we get onto the field, though, I have some real question marks about the Naval Academy.
Yeah.
I think this team is, I talk about South Florida dreadful. This is a dreadful team as well. I mean, at least with South Florida, you have the possibility that they might throw the football, and they will throw the football. Navy doesn't do it. Navy doesn't have the ability. Their quarterback play is awful. Defensively, I have some real questions. I actually think Air Force is a pretty good football team. Defensively, I think they're much better. Their quarterback play is actually quite good. And when you look at the Commander-in-Chief, the last 3 games between these two teams, the Air Force has won 2 of those 3, and they won 40-7 and 35-7. I think we see a similar game today. I think Navy's bad. For all those people that say, well, Navy will play harder, it's a tougher game. That's true, but I just don't know how good Navy is. They were awful last week against Marshall.
Yeah.
Air Force isn't Marshall, but they're pretty good. I think the 6.5 I would lay it, and I did.
Is this going to be the lowest total in the 2021 college football season, Jeff? It is sitting right now at 40 points. That is crazy for a college football game.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, again, I want to make this clear. Even so, the last 3 games between these two teams, it was 40-7, which would have been over in that case.
Yeah.
35-7 over in that case.
Just over.
Then the one that Navy won, it was 34-25. So, yeah, I never really, I guess, long term, you've made money betting this under, but the last 3 or 4 have been high scoring games. So
interesting.
I wouldn't bet under 40. But the weather's nice. I'm not that far from Annapolis. Weather's nice. I think we see a game where I think one team will score. So. I would sooner lay the points than play an over or under.
Beautiful weather day here. Could be some overs on the board today with some nice weather across the country. Jeff Nadeau joining us. You can check out patreon.com/BMOC and a lot of content going on there, big man, right? You got some college and NFL plays.
Yeah. I have videos 6 days a week. It's where I go over all the cards, the NFL cards, do the show tomorrow, and go over that. Clip, one other thing, if I could tell you, Clemson today plays South Carolina State.
I have not even seen this line, so you want to play a little guess the line here? I'll go, would they put it high? Would they go to like 52? Is that too much?
Well, look, I'll be real with you. I don't have it right now. I would say it's probably like 48. Listen, it doesn't matter. Clemson's going to put up 70 in this game, I think. I think they're that pissed off. I feel bad for South Carolina State. This is a rough thing to go and do. I mean, Clemson awful loss. I mean, how many times have they lost over the last 5 years?
Wow, Jeff, we split the difference, by the way. It's right at 50, I'm seeing. And the total is 56. So you get a South Carolina team total like over under 5.5. That'd be interesting.
I think this spells 60 for Clemson. I don't. South South Carolina State's not going to score. So, yeah, I would lean 61-0, 61-3 maybe. This is a rough spot if you're Lagalele, that Clemson offense. They think want to right the ship and kind of prove people wrong after that Week 1 performance.
Speaking of disgusting games, Alabama's a 55-point favorite against Mercer today. So,
yikes. Maybe just parlay the two and then go to bed.
Big man, have a great Saturday, and I know you'll be fired up for NFL Sunday as well. Appreciate you joining us here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, man.
Well, Clip, you mentioned the last early game for a while, so that'll be nice.
Yeah. We'll come to you a little later the next couple Saturdays.
Sounds good. Look forward to it.
Thanks, bud.
Pirates, I think they win today.
I'm with you. I'm with the big man there. Jeff Nadeau joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number 2 with Tommy Suggs. He is the color analyst on the South Carolina Gamecocks radio network. He'll join us when we return after this.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out.
Like shouting from the rooftop! Free cheesy!
Screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure you have the best comfortable shoes this tailgate season with a stop at Fleet Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Fleet Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you on the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us on Greenville Boulevard in the public shopping center right near the stadium. Be sure to run with us on Facebook and Instagram. Fleet Feet, we run for you. Go Pirates!
This is Martin Truex Jr., and as a NASCAR Cup Series champion, I love one-stop shopping. When I need fresh tires or fuel during a race, my pit crew takes care of everything. Off the track, I have an auto owner's independent agent. They handle all my insurance in one place: car, home, life, and business. Get your own pit crew and find a local agency with auto owner's insurance.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
At West Park Motor Company, customer satisfaction is the #1 goal while offering a wide range of cars, trucks, and SUVs at very competitive prices. Shop online at westparkmotorcompany.com right now to get started. Looking to sell your vehicle? Call West Park for a free appraisal. West Park is willing to pay more for your car or truck than the next dealer. West Park Motor Company, with locations in Greenville and Washington, and proud courtesy car dealer for the Pirates for over a decade. Go Pirates! At Union Bank, we understand you live life on the go. That's why our banking options are designed to serve you, wherever you are. If you want to meet us in person at one of our local branches, complete banking tasks on the go from the mobile app, or bank from your office with convenient remote deposit and cash management services, we're everywhere you need us to be. Whether you're simply managing a busy schedule or an entire business, we're right there with you with personalized service and helpful tools. Call or visit us online at unionbanknc.com. Union Bank is a member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
It's bow time. It's the same song, different tune. The family debates dinner, but all you're craving is a double serving of aspirin. So drop a big bow box on that pack of picky eaters. Cause when you can get 8 pieces of chicken with 4 made-from-scratch biscuits, 2 fixins, and tea, dinner's easier than hitting mute on the group chat. Bojangles, it's bow time.
This is Coach Donnie Kirkpatrick, offense coordinator for ECU football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. You can watch the Pirate Radio live show Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. You can also watch the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on YouTube as well. Just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio TV and click on the subscribe button. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. I almost messed that up again.
Self-edit. Well done.
Here's Clip Rock.
Hey, Shirley.
Hi.
Chandler Honeycutt here as well on a Saturday morning. I will say this show feels more real than the first one we did on that Thursday.
Yeah.
We got the Saturday vibes going. We got the Pirate vibes only going as well. Well, Shirley and I do. Chandler did not get the memo.
I do have the Bud Light vibes going, though.
Yeah, we are company men as we are rocking the Bud Light hats.
You guys have those.
Shirley going with the camo.
Military appreciation.
And the red, white, and blue Pirate logo.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, let's get a South Carolina perspective on this football game today and talk to the color analyst for the South Carolina Gamecocks on the Gamecock Radio Network. He is Tommy Suggs joining us today on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Tommy, we appreciate your time. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for having me on.
Yes, sir. And let's talk about those Gamecocks. Impressive in week one, although we still might not know what South Carolina has in full due to the opponent week one in Eastern Illinois. But you can't argue it with 45-0 and your defense's performance and everything you guys did week one, Tommy. How impressive was it to watch last Saturday?
Well, it was a nice win. It was what we needed. We needed to get into the 40s or 50s, and we had one touchdown call back and another one close to a touchdown being called back too because of penalties. So, but you know, Eastern Illinois is not a good football team, as we all know, and they're in a different league, and hopefully they'll get it turned around. But it's kind of what the doctor ordered for us. So we were glad to come out with a victory, and I got to play a lot of people, and some were very impressive, and others disappointed us a little bit. But overall, kind of a nice way to start off the Shane Beamer era.
Not a lot of yards for Zeb Nolan, but 4 touchdown passes. South Carolina was able to run the football pretty much at will, looked like, against Eastern Illinois. And I know you got another talented running back we'll see in the mix today. Tommy, what did you think about the run game, and is that going to be the strength of the offense for the Gamecocks in 2021?
Well, it's supposed to be today. Who knows? Offensive line, I thought, performed fairly well last week. Not as well as we anticipated, but Eastern Illinois was a little bit certainly smaller and quicker and caused us a little confusions up front. And also, our running backs didn't block as well as we should on the edges, and neither did our wideouts. So that hurt us a little bit. But overall, I do think the running game should be our strength. We got, I think, certainly 3 top running backs, and Juju McDowell, our freshman, who gives a different dimension because he's about 5'7", about 170 pounds, but he can fly, and like a water bug running the ball, catches the ball without the backfield too, runs inside and outside. The main 3 are certainly Kevin Harris. We hope to get him back today and have him full speed. We've got LaQuandra White, who was a transfer from Florida State that led the team last week rushing had a big game. And of course we got Lloyd, Marshawn Lloyd, who was a 5-star, 11th best player in the country a few years ago, got hurt last year. He needs to play. He just needs to get in contact. We've held him out a lot, but those 3 guys right there can tote the water bucket. I'm telling you, they're players. Offensive line has got a lot of experience up front, and we feel like that's probably should be our strength, that in the defensive line, yes.
Tommy Suggs joining us. Tommy, if Luke Doty goes today for the Gamecocks, what does he bring that maybe a Zeb Nolan or another quarterback can't bring? How will the offense look different if Doty is able to go?
Well, probably some different plays called. Coaches would never mention that or admit that, rather, but it would be because Luke is more of a mobile quarterback. He runs the ball well. He likes to get on the edge. He can do a lot of different things to cause you problems. Whereas Nolan is more of a sit-in-the-pocket guy, although last week he broke out one time for a 3rd down and 10 and picked up a 1st down. He ran it a couple other times as well, but just more mobility. He probably doesn't throw the ball as well as he eventually will, and certainly not as well as Nolan right now. But and still, he probably honestly doesn't know the offense as well because you talk about having a coach on the field. Well, we got one with Nolan. I mean, because that's what he was, and he helped design the offense and create the plays. So, but overall, I think we're lucky there to have 2 good guys that can play and can help us win. So one's a little bit different than the other. And I think overall, the big difference is mobility.
Tommy, I don't care who you played. When you allow 109 yards to an opposing team, I mean, that is impressive. And again, you talked about Eastern Illinois, and they got a long ways to go to be a successful football team. But how about that defensive performance? 0 for 9 third downs last week for the Panthers. Looks like you guys almost pitched a perfect game on that side of the ball.
Well, they played well. They did. I sat there during the game, honestly, and I was broadcasting, and I was saying, gosh, we don't seem like our pass defense is what it should be, or this is not doing. And then I kept looking at the stats, and I was blown away by them. So clearly much better than the game, or in my mind, was showing at the time. Numbers look good. I thought we played well. Again, our defensive line is very strong. Ends, we got a couple potential 1 first-round pick, certainly an all-SEC first-round pick. And we got some down guys who were 5 stars, so they're pretty good. Our linebackers really played well, I thought, and a little bit better than people anticipated. But some of those guys, again, were hurt, and it's nice to have them back 100%, and they're showing that. Got a couple of transfers in that helped a little bit as well. The big issue with us is still the secondary. I wouldn't say that Eastern Illinois has a powerful throwing attack. You guys chunking around a good bit, and so that's going to be a test for us. But it all still starts up front, and if we can put a little pressure and cause some confusion up front, and that'll help us in the pass secondary, and that's what we need to do.
All right, Tommy, I don't know how much you pay attention to point spreads, but if it was a topic of conversation all week. East Carolina opening up as a favorite around midweek. It flipped to South Carolina being a slight favorite. That surprised us a little bit. Thought South Carolina might be anywhere from a 4 to a 7-point favorite in this game. But has that been a topic at all for you and folks down there in Columbia this week?
I don't think so. For the alumni, it has, I guess, a little bit, but I don't think the coaching staff or players worry about it. I think a main reason for that is we still don't know who we are, and neither do the gamblers out there, or the bettors, or the guys that set the line.
Yeah.
I don't think last week showed us a lot, except we do have some breakaway potential. No question about that. We've got some surprises on offense. I think defensively we've got some pretty good players there. And I said before the game that I thought we had a chance to be better than people anticipated this year. But I don't know right now after that game how much better, or if we can. I just don't know yet. And I think that it's coming into play. You guys up there, I'm sure it looks like it may be a full house. You guys had a tough loss last week, but you played a good football team. And so I think in my mind, it's pretty much a toss-up. Who knows?
Tommy, it's great to have South Carolina back in Greenville, first time in a long time. All your favorite barbecue joints are still around, so hopefully Jeff Charles can give you a ride to one of them while you're in town. You can enjoy some good food while you're here.
Well, look forward to that. Actually, I'm in the insurance business, and I got some clients in that area up there, so I'm up there fairly frequently, and look forward to revisiting those. But, it's a big game for us. So this is huge, and we've been up there. I guess we started, about in 85, I guess. So it's been a while, and then we played in 97 up there in one of the times. So it's not frequent for us, but it's scary. We're afraid. We respect you guys a lot, and I got a good coach and a good program going, and so it's always tough being an SEC school going into a school like East Carolina. You guys will be ready for us.
No doubt about it. It'll be a fun one. Tommy Suggs joining us. Tommy, thank you so much for your time. Have a great call today, and we'll talk to you again down the road.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you.
Tommy Suggs joining us on the Fixed NC Live Line, talking South Carolina football. And, boy, not impressed with what Eastern Illinois had to show last week and really thought South Carolina could have done more against that team. We'll see what they have in store for the Pirates today at noon at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. We'll take a timeout, come back. Stephen Igo is here. We're enjoying our sausage dogs from Warren's Hot Dogs as they dropped off some sausage dogs, hot dogs, pizza, apple turnovers, peach turnovers, homemade lemonade, and more. You can find Warren's in Greenville across from Ron Ayers and in Chocowinity next to the fire department. All right, when we return, we'll talk to Igo. We'll have a live tailgate check-in from the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. That and more on the way in hour number 3 when we return after this.
Come and explore great shopping in downtown Washington at Naughty Life. Hi, this is Gina from Naughty Life, and new fall merchandise is arriving every day, featuring all the new Yeti products, like the loadout buckets and waterproof dry duffel bags. We have new fall clothes for men, women, and children. At Naughty Life, we have something perfect for any occasion, like new jewelry and a great selection of sunglasses from Costa, Reflect, and RCI. Visit Naughty Life on Main Street in historic downtown Washington, and like us on Instagram and Facebook.
Do you suffer from pain, anxiety, or sleeping issues? Eastern Healthcare has a solution for you. Eastern Healthcare is the premier CBD store with retailer quality products to help with any ailment you might have. They carry nationally recognized brands such as Curative's Delta 8, CBD Distillery, and Charlotte's Web with a wide variety of delivery systems.
This is Adam from Eastern Healthcare. Come visit our store at 2245 Stantonsburg Road across from Vidant Hospital or call 227-4199. Eastern Healthcare. Wellness starts here.
Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram between Greenville and Washington has a great selection of pre-owned inventory, and they're stocking more used cars, trucks, and SUVs every day. Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has everything from coupes, convertibles, small and large SUVs, diesel and gas heavy-duty trucks. And hey, they'll buy your car even if you don't buy one from them. Go to WashingtonChryslerDodgeJeepRam.com to browse the new and used inventory, and go check out their service department. They're your local dealer for custom lift kits, wheels, tires, and accessories on all makes and models. And Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is your certified rough country dealer and can uplift your next vehicle with one of several Washington off-road packages. A great selection of pre-owned vehicles starting at just $5,000, a top-notch service department, and a beautiful facility makes the drive to Washington totally worth it. Remember, you don't have to buy a car from them. They'll buy your car right now. Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram between Greenville and Washington. Drive a little, save a lot.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
You know, anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those. But anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
Your power's out. There's a water leak. What do you do? For these and other utility-related emergencies, you need service, and you want it fast. There are 2 things you can do to get the quickest response if you're a GUC customer. First, you can call the hotline at 1-855-767-2482 and report any utility-related emergency. That number is also on GUC.com. Or second, you can give GUC your phone number. The hotline process is quickest when their account records have your current phone number. Service you can count on. Greenville Utilities. Hey, Troy D here for my friends at Villa Verde. If you know me, you know I love being outside, but finding a good place to eat outside can sometimes be tough. Well, our pals at Villa Verde have fixed that. Not only does Villa Verde have awesome, unique, one-of-a-kind dishes here in Greenville, they also have a brand new outside dining area. And this outside area is sweet. It's covered, you're in the shade, and cooling fans are on. Enjoy the comfort and relaxation of dining outside with our friends at Villa Verde. Villa Verde on 10th Street, a platform for good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 at 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's take a look at some of the games that'll be kicking off in about an hour from now. It'll be Illinois and Virginia as they have an 11 o'clock kickoff. At 11:30, it'll be VMI and Kent State. Western Kentucky will be at Army at 11:30. And then coming up at 12, there's a couple of games of note. Number 25, Auburn will host Alabama State. Georgia Tech hosts Kennesaw State. Wake Forest will take on Norfolk State at noon, and then it's a battle of the top 10 the top 25. Number 12, Oregon is at number 3, Ohio State. Tennessee will host Pittsburgh, and Oklahoma State will host Tulsa at 12 o'clock. Then coming up at 1 o'clock, it'll be number 13, Florida at South Florida, and then Tulane will host Morgan State. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and they now have food trucks during the day during football season. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule. See ya at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All righty, da Buck.
Da Buck.
Almost forgot there. Good job, Chan Man. Clip Rock here. Stephen Igo here. And we're going to do a Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone check-in. Are we ready to go? Shirley Rhodes?
No, was I supposed to call him?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll call him in just a second.
Call Troy D, and let's get an update for the first time in 2021 out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Also, coming up later on this hour, Brian Bailey. Apparently, I tweeted some disparaging marks about the Cowboys on Twitter the other night. So Bailey said he was not going to come on the show, but cooler heads prevailed, and he will join us later on in this hour. And in hour 4, we'll talk to Billy Weaver, my cohort on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. We'll hear from Blake Harrell and also Brian North from WCTI 12. We'll get to IGO in just a moment, but right now we'll get our first look out of the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone in 2021. Troy D, been a long time since you've been able to tailgate out there. Are you in mid-season form, or are you rusty? How'd you show up today?
Man, Clip, I tell you what, we are back, and it feels good to be back. I am in mid-season form. Top to top on a nice cold Mick Ultra, thanks to our friends at Carolina Eagle, one of our sponsors, of course, of the Bud Light pregame tailgate at 9 a.m. Lots opened up at 7 a.m., guys. Heard there was I wasn't here at 7 a.m. I got here about 8. But there was a line of folks waiting to get into Elmhurst at 6:45 today, all the way down the street. Pirate fans are ready to go. The lots are filling up. What a beautiful day to tailgate. This is absolutely ideal conditions. You cannot ask for a better situation for tailgating, for football, you name it. It is perfect today to get out here. And you never know who you're going to see at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Met a guy earlier. We started talking. I was like, hey, that looks like an interesting logo. He's like, yeah. It's for the team I broadcast with. I'm like, well, what do you do? He goes, I'm the voice of the Washington Wizards. So he's here with some Pirate friends, and he is Justin Kutcher. Did I get it right?
You could say Kutcher. I say Kutcher.
Justin Kutcher. Well, you know me. That's my thing. I butcher people's names. Great to have you here. You do the broadcasting for the Washington Wizards on TV. I know you do some other work on Fox, too. How's your first experience here in Greenville?
Honestly, this is my second experience. I actually called an ECU game back in 2013 on FS1, a Thursday night game. Myself, Petros Papadakis, Joel Klatt, Christina Pink, and that was a lot of fun. But this is my first time getting a chance to tailgate. So I never get a chance to tailgate. I've always been jealous of all you guys coming out here before the game, having a blast. Me, on the other hand, I do my pregame workout, I take my pregame nap, and I get my suit on. This is a lot of fun. I'm not going to lie. I like this. I like it a lot.
Clip, we were talking earlier with Jeff Charles, and you were saying how, Jeff has never been to a tailgate in his whole career. They were talking earlier about that, so it is fun to be able to get out here and experience something different, especially for broadcasters that are busy working, like you are back at the studio, Clip, doing a great job. But we appreciate all of our sponsors out here today. Thank you once again to Bud Light, our title sponsor. Thank you to Pepsi, the official soft drink of Pirate Radio. Also, Warren's Hot Dogs. Not only do they have their great hot dogs out here, we got their pizza. It is fantastic. The tent is up. We are ready to go. Plenty of room. It's not too late. Plenty of ice-cold Pirate beverages. And we are having a great time, Cliff, at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone, and enjoying listening to the pregame show while you guys continue on.
Sounds awesome, and cool that you ran into the voice of the Washington Wizards out there. Troy D will check in with you coming up in about an hour. Get one last check-in with you before kickoff today.
Sounds good. We're expecting, hopefully, HV3 to stop by. Harold Varner coming by, hopefully, in a little bit. So if we do, we'll try and get him on with you guys, too.
All right, sounds great. There's Troy D out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. That was pretty cool, Chandler, but how cool would it have been if it was Eric Collins? What would that have sounded like? I'll be Troy. Eric, welcome to the tailgate.
Troy!
Thank you, Eric.
Oh, Terry!
Man, it's
that's
funny
the dream right there.
It's funny you mentioned that because as he said the Washington Wizards, the only thing I could think of was what if it was Eric Collins just popped up.
This is great! Oh, Holton!
Michelob Ultra's my favorite!
Oh, Bud Light!
That would have been fun. Steven, how you doing over there, bud?
It's good to be here. I forgot I was on a radio show for about 13 minutes. So
how was that sausage dog?
Oh, dude.
Which one?
I don't know. I did not. Don't recall. I ate them so fast. Shout out to Warren's Hot Dogs.
Man,
they were amazing. And honestly, not to be rude, but that is 75% of the reason I showed up.
That's fine. Whatever it takes to get you here.
And the other 25% was to see Chandler and Shirley. And because I see you a few times a week already.
Okay. Wait, you see them too?
You see us too.
Yeah, but it's just not the same.
Whatever.
We don't have Pirate Vibes Only going on Tuesday. Today is like a good, I don't know, pregame, I just feel like it's more relaxed. Like Tuesday is so formal, like what do you think's going to happen?
Pregame show is my favorite show to do, and it's the most fun because everybody's optimistic.
Steven, can you be quiet? Can you be quiet, please?
Thank you.
Can you please be quiet?
Thank you.
Malcolm, can you help me out?
Quiet, please. Thank you.
Steven, we need to discuss something. Sorry to bring our personal affairs into work.
What do we need
items.
to discuss?
You sent me a text that's pretty alarming.
What's that?
You said I'm changing my pick.
To like my profile pic?
Every time Steven updates his profile, he lets me know. On Tuesday, you picked the Pirates ATS, which they were favorites at the time. You have since decided to change your pick. Is that true?
Yeah, I have. I don't know, man. And maybe this is a good thing because last week I picked the app to win, but I felt there were really good vibes at practice. And going out there Wednesday, I think Ronnie said the same thing on Thursday, but I just didn't feel a great energy at practice. And I think that's why Mike Houston was so mad after Wednesday's practice when we talked to him. So maybe we'll get the opposite effect. But the more I look at South Carolina in the trenches, man, I mean, I know it's like the easy thing to say when you're an SEC school facing a G5 quote-unquote program. But I just worry about, can ECU hold up man for man blocking those guys? And, I think there is a way to scheme around. This day and age in football, you can play in space and be effective to neutralize the defensive line to an extent. But ECU's got to be very creative, and they got to use tempo. They got to do things that we haven't really seen them do consistently offensively. And so until I see them do that, I don't know if I can pick ECU to win this type of game.
Did you hear Donnie on the Brian Bailey show? Maybe he mentioned it during his 20-minute routine.
No, I wanted to ask about tempo, but it was just going so long. I didn't want to get it going again.
But he brought it up on Bailey's show about how something to the effect of they want to play with tempo, but when they do, sometimes the quality of play isn't there, or something to that effect, or maybe I feel like Holton's getting the play in pretty late.
Well, they get
the play clock.
They get the play in, and they get up to the line, and then they check with me. And then it's called check with me. Like they check with Donnie.
Are you still calling plays? I thought that was when Robert Prunty was here.
Yeah, no, I'm actually calling the offense now. By the way, you can put the BYU victory in my column.
Why is that?
I just was.
What did you do?
Just gave some good notes that week.
To who?
To Prunty.
Huh.
I'm just messing up. Anyways, What are we talking about?
ECU playing with tempo. Why are they not going faster?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is dictated on who you're playing. App was scoring pretty much at will, and so I guess ECU was scared of going 3 and out and giving the ball. But I mean, they were going 3 and out slow.
Yeah, what's the difference?
To me, like if you're moving the ball and you got to get a first down or two before you can actually go with tempo. But I just thought ECU was very deliberate last week, and maybe that was the plan to try and keep the ball out of App's hands. But I think today you have to put South Carolina's defense on its heels. If they're out there and they're able to mix up coverages and really get set and adjust to what you're doing offensively, I just don't think you're going to be able to line up and beat them. You got to find a way to put them on their heels and take it to them and really kind of get them to a point. Especially with the new coordinator, you have a chance to really, in a first time facing a legitimate opponent, you can get them on skates and kind of get them confused and on their heels.
All right, early start is always important, but you mentioned the new staff, new coordinators, all that. These players aren't used to winning at South Carolina either. You get them down early, you get them started thinking about last year and the year before and how all those games they lost, and that 45-0 win is out of their mind already, and they start having bad thoughts. So get out early on them today. They haven't played. This coaching staff hasn't coached from behind this year. You know what I'm saying? So but they did whatever they wanted to do last week against Eastern Illinois. I don't think that's going to be the case today, and hopefully East Carolina can get off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, as great as the start was versus App State, there was never any concern on App State side because they've probably been in that situation a ton of times.
Yeah.
And South Carolina, I don't know, I don't know how many games exactly Luke Doty started last year, but even if he does play, it's not like he's been a All-American quarterback. Yeah, he was a 4-star recruit. He was a high-caliber recruit, but it's not like he lit up the world on fire last year, and he's missed basically about a half a month of preseason camp. So even if he plays today, I don't think it's a situation where, oh, wow, ECU can't win because Luke Doty's playing. I would really try to blitz him a lot and see how he reacts to that if he does, but we'll see what happens there. Either way, I think it is an important first quarter for both teams. ECU, if you happen to get up 10 to 14 points somehow and really put them on their heels, I think they're not at a point where they want to be multiple scores behind throwing the football. They want to run the ball. And same thing for ECU. ECU's not going to be able to block South Carolina if they fall behind 14-0. So really either side can't afford to fall behind multiple scores in the first half.
Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joining us. We'll have more with Igo when we return. Hour 3 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll take a timeout, come back, and have more for you right after these words.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Relax. Take a load off. You've earned it. This Labor Day at Bostic Sugg Furniture, you don't have to work hard to save on all the comforts of home. Come in during our Labor Day sale and shop huge in-stock savings on the best seats in the house. Plus, for a limited time, with any recliner, get a free stainless steel insulated tumbler with the always guaranteed lowest price, local delivery for just $20.21 and the best brands. This is the Labor Day sale you don't want to miss. Right now at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Bram Anderson from Tiebreakers, and we are excited to announce that we will be opening our second location in Winterville soon. Right now, our growing company is hiring team members for all positions for both locations. We need managers, bartenders, servers, cooks, and dishwashers. If you're looking for an opportunity to be on a fun and exciting restaurant team, then come see us today. Apply in person at Tiebreakers at Bells Fork. Check us out at tiebreakersnc.com.
If you are push mowing your yard using an inefficient lawn tractor or your current zero-turn spends more time in the shop than mowing your grass, it's time you look at a Hustler zero-turn lawnmower. Residential mowers from Hustler are built like tanks and drive like sports cars. All Hustler mowers have fabricated, welded steel decks. Don't settle on cheap units with flimsy stamped decks from big box stores. Come see Ron Ayers Motorsports. It will guide you to the right mower for your property and your budget. Find us at Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11 north of the airport in Greenville.
Sawyer's Fun Park is now open in Greenville. This state-of-the-art 40,000 square foot facility features a 2-story LED interactive laser tag, a one-of-a-kind 2-story ninja course, a ropes course with a 180-degree zip line, and it's only one of 5 in the country that are indoors. Multiple climbing walls, a super cool arcade with 40-plus games, and a brand new full-service cafe and bar for adults. Visit the brand new Sawyer's Fun Park, now open, located right behind ARU on Corey Road, Greenville.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Pirate Radio.
You know, I think this is a pretty blue-collar, tough, hard-nosed fan base, and that's where our teams are going to be.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook and Instagram at PR927FM. If you want to follow us on Twitter, it's at FreePR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Pirate Radio Live is the show we do during the week, which I almost said taking a page out of the Shirley Rhodes playbook.
Oh, I'm glad. So what's that, 2-1 now?
Yeah.
We're keeping tabs
If
this
we're
day?
keeping score down.
Yeah.
All right, Stephen Igo is here, getting ready for this nooner. Igo, you excited to I saw you with your credentials there, like you're going to be at the game with fans, like a real Saturday football experience.
Yeah, I am excited, man. It's just been so long since we had an electric atmosphere in Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, and I'm hoping today is the day. I think it will be, at least to start with. We'll see how the game goes, but you know, the North Carolina game in 2018 was the last time it really felt like big-time football, and you know, it's just been tough over the last handful of years because growing up, going to the games and covering the games early, you know, when I started covering in 2010 during the Ruff McNeil era, like every Saturday felt like that. You know, there was never a Saturday where you show up to the stadium and you're like, oh man, like not looking forward to having to endure this boring atmosphere today or whatnot. Like you would do that on some road games, but every home game was a huge deal. And due to ECU struggles, it's just slowly faded away these last handful of years. But today we'll be back to what it used to be. Yeah, it's not going to be a sellout, but it'll be 40,000 plus. And I've been in that stadium when they've hosted Houston in the conference championship game. I think the attendance was only like 30-something thousand, but man, it felt like 50 or 60,000. Like if you have the majority of fans there and they're diehard fans, it's going to be a good atmosphere, especially if it's a good game.
That crowd pop on TV that day, despite not being a sellout, it was one of the best when
no doubt
Van gets the interception, Ron Franklin on the call.
Yep.
Askridge intercepted. Askridge. The crowd pop was unbelievable,
and it was in the rain. Everything about that game, man, that's one of the more memorable experiences I have taking that one in. So hopefully today is the start of, man, maybe we can get back to that somewhat consistently. I mean, it was a slow build during the Skip Holtz era.
Yeah.
But I remember that Memphis game, too, early in his second year, I want to say. They were 0-2 and needed a win and were trailing big, had a huge second half, and then really never looked back from there after that comeback victory.
All right, Igo. Let's talk defense. Last week East Carolina got gashed on the ground. Now, is that something they can clean up, or are they just outmanned? Because if it's the latter, then the same thing's going to happen today with Kevin Harris and that South Carolina offensive line. They're just going to push ECU around. So what can they do to not get gashed on the ground today? They can't bring in any other players. They got who they got. So is that a concern or something that can be fixed?
The biggest concern for me... The biggest concern for me is just, I thought the defensive line last week was overwhelmed outside of Elijah Morris at times, and Elijah Morris, when I was out of practice on Wednesday, was not practicing. So, I don't know what his status is for this week, but if he's unable to go or less than 100%, I'm even more concerned because he was your best defender against the run last week. Now, it will help to have Rick DeBrew in for the whole game. If Elijah can't go, I wouldn't be surprised at all if you see them move DeBrew inside some and use Hickman on the edge.
Now, we referenced earlier Elijah Morris on the Orthopedics East injury report, limited somewhat at practice. So you say if he can't go, what do you know about his likelihood to play?
I don't know. I don't know. We haven't heard anything official one way or the other. So we'll see. We'll know probably in about an hour if he's out in the field in uniform. Even if he is able to go, he's not going to be 100% based on what I saw. So you got to have other guys step up. The good news is you have strength in numbers. I mean, they have a ton of defensive linemen, and they've got good size. You look at the defensive front, Xavier McIver's 300-plus pounds. Jason Shuford's 315, 320 pounds. Javen McCrae's 310-plus pounds. Sarad Ware's 280 pounds. D'Angelo McKinney's 290. So you got size, but who's going to step up? Who's going to be a guy who finally emerges? You have so many young defensive linemen. This was the type of game where, maybe it's Xavier McIver. He's a South Carolina kid. I guarantee you he's motivated for this game. South Carolina offered him at one point, but ended up not taking him. So you're going to have a number of those guys that have an opportunity this Saturday. Will they step up? I don't know. I mean, they just have to go out there and do it. And I think you'll see ECU sell out to stop the run. They'll run blitz a lot, which will leave them vulnerable to play action. But I think South Carolina's got to prove they can move the ball consistently through the air for ECU to back off.
I agree. Let's pack it and let one of their quarterbacks, whoever it may be, beat us. And it could be Luke Doty. It could be Zeb Nolan. It could be both. Jeff Charles had a prediction based on nothing, Stephen, that Nolan starts, Doty plays. You think we'll see both today for South Carolina?
I do have a feeling we'll see both if Doty's able to go. I'm trying to check their site to see if there's any update on Doty or whatnot, but it says Zeb Nolan is out in the field jogging around with a handful of players, so no sign of Doty yet. We'll see. Shane Beamer, one thing I know about Shane is he is extremely calculated with everything he says. And so, I was talking to Ronnie earlier this week, and he was like, well, the offensive coordinator was saying this, that they're pushing him to be 100%. I'm like, to me, I don't believe any of that. I don't know if Doty's going to go or if he isn't. It wouldn't shock me at all if they would say that stuff so ECU prepares all week for Doty and then he's unable to go. Last week he was in uniform, but he never played. Like another sign to me that they were like, hey, let's act like he's maybe ready, but then don't put him out there. So we'll see.
Of course, you didn't need him. You probably didn't need anybody last week.
Oh, for sure. So, I mean, we'll see how it transpires today. I find it hard to believe he's going to go from being not playing at all to 100% healthy. And the other thing I mentioned earlier, too, is he hasn't been practicing a lot. So what is his confidence within the offense? I mean, he's not a veteran quarterback. He was a true freshman last year, and he struggled. You look at his numbers, he was very inconsistent, granted against SEC defenses, but it's not like South Carolina's rolling out some dude who's led them to an 8-win season before, if he can play.
Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joining us. Let's take a timeout. As we go to break, trivia question for Chandler Honeycutt. Jackson State takes on Tennessee State tonight, 7 o'clock on ESPN3.
Eddie George.
This is one of my pet peeves when I host trivia. Let me finish the question. Because is that your final answer?
Yeah.
All right, well, you didn't get the whole question right. Can you name the two legendary football players that are head coaches in this game?
Eddie George, Deion Sanders.
That is correct. Coach Sanders. Don't call him Deion. Coach Prime.
Deion.
Don't call him Dion.
You don't call Nick Saban. Nick.
Yeah, we do.
So quit asking.
Dion and Eddie George. That is, I don't really care about the game, but two legends will be on the sidelines in that game. All right, let's take a timeout. We'll come back. One more segment to go with Igo. We're back after this.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-style restaurant and bourbon bar. Join us at the Rick House for mouth-watering steaks and made-from-scratch pastas. Check out the 16-ounce cowboy steak and our seafood delight pasta. The Rick House is open for lunch daily from 11 to 2, Monday through Friday. Take a break from your workday with lunch at the Rick House. Join us for our legendary brunch on Sundays from 10 to 2. The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates and ENC. Open 7 days a week. Plus, the Buck has live music every night, along with football. The Buck has a brand new 15-foot 4K screen, the only one in Greenville, and over 18 big screens with all your college and pro action. Sunday Fun Day will also be stocked with the biggest Bloody Mary and Mimosa bar, along with the NFL Sunday Ticket and food trucks out back. Check out the Buccaneer Music Hall. Open every day, noon until 2 a.m., with live music every night, and now football and food trucks during the day. BMS Builders is your premier custom builder in Eastern North Carolina. With Blackwood and Mills Creek in Greenville, Dalton's Cove in Farmville, and Belmar and Ayden, these are just a few of the developments featuring BMS Builders homes. They can build the home of your dreams. Just ask Dr. Dennis Ross in Greenville or East Carolina football coach Mike Houston. They built their homes, and they can build yours as well. BMS Builders. Give them a call at 916-1578 for BMS Builders. Hey, this is Troy D., proud ECU grad from the class of 94. And if you know me, you know I love the 90s here at ECU. It was some of our glory days, including bowl games, the Peach Bowl, and even a March Madness appearance. Relive those days with my friends from Tailgate Classics. Tailgate Classics is a cool retro store with all types of merchandise, including the 90s ECU vintage tees and hats. Check out Tailgate Classics in person, 304 Evans Street, or online at shoptailgateclassics.com. Tailgate Classics, bringing back the throwbacks. UBE is excited to offer the Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgating supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town and is your one-stop shop for all things ECU. Daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, Under Armour, and a fresh new ladies selection. And the young Pirates can plunder in the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU in the nation. Plenty of free parking, and you can visit online at pirateware.com. They're geared up and ready to see you for football this season. Go Pirates!
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza, homemade lemonade.
Hey, Pirate Nation, are you ready for some Warren's hot dogs? Warren's Original Hot and Judy's Mild Sweet Chili Hot Dogs have been the official hot dog of sports fans for over 30 years. Pick up a tailgate special this football season of 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.50 each. Warren's in Greenville across from Ron Ayers Motorsports and the new Chocowinity location next to the fire department. Warren's Hot Dogs. Want some? Get some. Go Pirates.
Hi, this is Phil Steele of Phil Steele's College Football Preview Magazine, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, there were a couple of college football games last night in top 25 play. Number 17, Coastal Carolina beat up on Kansas 49-22. Duke took care of North Carolina A&T 45-17. It was Boise State all over UTEP 54-13, and Utah State picked up a win over North Dakota by a final of 48-24. That is your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in Eastern North Carolina. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule. See ya at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
The Buck.
Buck. We got some 11 a.m. kickoffs coming up, 23 minutes away from Illinois and Virginia. The Battle of the Orange going on in Charlottesville, VA. I go final thoughts from you on this one. I'll throw it out, my question of the day. How many points does the winning team need this afternoon? What's it going to take to win?
Well, I picked South Carolina 27-24, so I'm going to go 28. I feel like
if
the
you hit
easy
28,
answer,
you'll win.
I feel like the easy answer is like 30.
Yeah.
Which is kind of the baseline in college football. But I'm going to go, I think this game stays in the mid to high 20s.
Huh. I don't know
if I believe that. Like I said that like I think so, but then I could easily see it being like 38-34.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. I don't know. That's what makes it great, Clip. We don't know what the hell we're talking about yet. We're up here trying to pretend like we do.
You're a man divided right now. You have jumped all over the map with your point totals in this game. East Carolina got to run the ball to be successful. How did they get Snead and CJ more involved today, Steven? What can Ehlers, what can Donnie do?
I think they need to try and hit Snead early. Like they didn't even try and target him in the first quarter, I felt like last week. I thought that East Carolina had some opportunities to get them involved early on, but they just were kind of, I don't know if they were shying away from what App State was doing, but I almost feel like you have to get Snead going early to get him involved. Like the more he touches the ball in that first or second drive, the more of a threat he becomes throughout the game.
Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joining us inside the Pirate Radio studios. And Igo, we're going to let you run here in just a moment. A couple other things, though. I looked at it earlier when the voice was in here because we were talking a little baseball. Your Seattle Mariners are one game out of the wild card spot in the AL, and it's a
jumbled pack, man.
Hell of a race, to use a phrase from the late John Thompson, not our guy, the basketball coach.
How great would it be, as the Yankees and Red Sox are both collapsing, if they miss the playoffs and the Mariners and Blue Jays get in?
ESPN, TBS, whoever would absolutely hate it.
100%.
But, yeah, I mean, the Blue Jays are surging, but you got the Mariners and the A's. If it's A's-Mariners instead of any of those East teams, because the Blue Jays are exciting, too, with all their fun young talent. The Yankees have lost 7 in a row, including to the Mets last night. So what happens, Steven, if there is a tie? They're going to have to do a little playing.
I think
games,
it's a
right?
tiebreaker game, yeah. So it could end up being like, I don't know what happens if there's like a 3-way tie.
Yeah.
I don't know if you play like multiple play-in games or what. What I am intrigued by is the Mariners' schedule. They have the Diamondbacks this weekend. Hopefully they can find a way to sweep. And then they play the Red Sox at home Monday through Wednesday. And then they play the A's 2 separate series down the stretch. So the good news is they've got, as long as the Red Sox and Yankees keep losing somewhat, the Mariners have basically their destiny in front of them.
Wow, they're right. And they got the Angels a couple of times in there, which they can beat the Royals. So they got some winnable series coming up.
The Blue Jays and Mariners have the easiest schedule down the stretch. The Red Sox and Yankees do not.
And Steven, I'm fired up for Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
I need your team to beat the Giants. I asked this to Tony yesterday. I gave my answer too. My excitement level for Washington heading into this year, I'm at a 9, which is freaking scary. They're gonna face plant. Tony said I think he was at like a 6 or a 7 for the Panthers. Talking to you the other day, you're at about a 2 or a 3 for the Broncos.
I would say 3. I mean, I'll probably be at a 4 come Sunday, like right when they're kicking the ball off until.
What if they beat the Giants?
If they beat the Giants, I'll be at a 6.
Okay.
If they start 3-0, I'll be in an 8. They start with the Giants, Jags, Jets trifecta. But yeah, I don't expect them to win on Sunday.
Patrick Mahomes has never lost a game in September. Vic Fangio
has never won a game in September as the head coach.
I love these like early trends. Those are fascinating. Steven, enjoy the game today, and we will talk to you Tuesday on Pirate Radio Live.
All right. Have a good rest of the pregame. Looking forward to the postgame.
Thank you. That was nice to you say.
Good job, Chandler, Shirley, Glenn. Love you guys.
Wow, Steven is in a good mood today. It is a beautiful day outside, a great day for football. If you're going to the game and it's 10:42 and you're like, hey, hun, we don't have anywhere to park. Well, guess what? You can call 252-917-3501 or text that number and reserve a spot. $20, grass lot, porta potty, 10-minute walk to the stadium. Call or text 252-917-3501. If you need a last-minute place to park, you can do so for $20, and you will have a nice 10-minute walk to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Take a time out, come back. Double B, Brian Bailey joins us on the other side. We're back with you after this.
Hello folks, this is Jamie Lane with Carolina Hardscapes and Mulch. We believe that making memories with your family and friends is what life is all about. If you have a dream of having a backyard patio, fireplace, pool, walkways, fire pits, or more, then Carolina Hardscapes is the place to call at 364-1201. You can stop by our outdoor showroom on Fire Tower Road across from Bostic Sugg Furniture. At Carolina Hardscapes, we look forward to making your backyard the place to be. Find us on the web at carolinahardscapesandmulch.com.
When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every shakaroni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
Hey, Pirate fans, the Shakaroni Pizza is back, and only for $13. Plus $1 from every purchase goes to charity. The Shakaroni is an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, the official pizza of the ECU Pirates.
Tired and sluggish? Down in the dumps? Or just have the blahs? Maybe you need to hydrate. Revive Health and Wellness on East 10th Street in Greenville offers IV hydration that can help you with lack of energy, improve your mood, assist with immunity, even fix a hangover. Locally owned and operated, the team at Revive Health and Wellness are experienced and licensed registered nurses that will assist you in preparing for your IV session. Call or text today with questions or to set an appointment with Revive Health and Wellness. 252-350-1805. That's 252-350-1805.
Mercer Glass is clearly different.
Hi, this is Todd Mitchum with Mercer Glass, Eastern North Carolina's most complete glass company. Mercer Glass specializes in windows, shower doors, auto glass, and mirrors. We can install or repair almost anything made of glass in your home or business. So give us a call at Mercer Glass. That's 752-5101. That's 752-5101.
North Carolina State Parks is proud to announce that they have partnered with the Hometown Strong program. Our visitor centers are now equipped with public Wi-Fi to help kids with school. Remote learning has become a critical public health measure in maintaining social distance and continuing to educate our young people. Take advantage of Wi-Fi and a hike at Goose Creek State Park or a day trip to the beach and access remote learning at Fort Megan State Park. For more information, visit hometownstrong.nc.gov.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it!
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Well, welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All righty. Thank you very much, Shirley Rhodes, Chandler Honeycutt here, the big dog, Glenn Griffin, as well as we are rolling right along on our 4-hour journey. We are with you every game day on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, taking you up to kickoff, and we'll be with you next week at 2 o'clock, getting you ready for a 6 o'clock start in Huntington, West Virginia, when the Pirates take on the Marshall Thundering Herd. We are trying to reach Brian Bailey. We'll get to him in a moment. Let's look at some other games on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard going on in the American on this Saturday. And first up will be at noon as the Pirates taking on the South Carolina Gamecocks. But we'll look at some other action. Tulane should have an easy one today. Now, they got Ole Miss coming up next week, so they're going to have a get-right game today after their tough loss to Oklahoma last week. They'll play Morgan State. That game coming up later on with our buddy Corey Glore on the call.
I saw Corey post on Twitter a while ago. They're playing in. It was a view of Legion Stadium there in Birmingham.
Oh, that's where they're playing the game?
Yes.
Oh, that's right. And Legion Field, by the way.
Legion Field, sorry.
Sound like Jeff Gordon. Great to be here at Wrigley Stadium. It's a Jim Rome reference. Big Dog, what's up?
You mentioned Bailey.
Yeah.
I wanted to point out that I just put out a video on our social media, Double B, with ESPN sideline reporter Lauren Sisler on the field at Dowdy Ficklen before the game gets started.
We're going Sizzler. Lauren Sisler. All right, cool.
I just wanted to point that out and let people know that it's out there.
When you go up against a line,
It's available right now at free PR 927 FM and Facebook, Instagram, everywhere, wherever.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Everywhere.
It's everywhere.
And guess what?
Double B's on the line.
That guy who talked to Lauren Sisler a moment ago at Dowdy Ficklen Stadium joins us on the Fixed NC Live line. Bailey, happy game day. How you doing, man?
Happy game day. You send me out on assignment, I'll find a pretty girl to talk to.
That is Brian Bailey's promise to us and to America. He can get it done. Bailey, how you feeling? About an hour and 10 minutes away from kickoff. You optimistic for the guys in purple today? What's your gut telling you?
Well, I'm always trying to be positive, and I really think they've got a really good chance to win this game. I just think that, they've got a little chip on their shoulder. I think South Carolina having that easy win last week, maybe they come to town thinking they're a little better. And they're, looking past, they got some big games coming up. So if they look past it all, I think they'll be in trouble. But I think the crowd's going to help out a lot. I can't wait to see the crowd. I think it's going to be just an outstanding atmosphere for football. The weather is absolutely perfect, and it's just going to be a lot of fun, we hope.
Bailey, tough to get injury updates these days. You got to know who to ask and what to look for. But as we look at the Orthopedics East injury report, of course, Bailey Malavik going to be out on that ECU offensive line. Shane Calhoun a little banged up for the Pirates, but Mike Houston said we'll see more of him as the year goes on, hopefully. And then you had Elijah Morris banged up this week and was not a full go at practice. What do you know about ECU and those guys, and also the South Carolina quarterback situation? Have you seen any of those guys on the field yet?
I haven't seen. Most of the specialists are out here now. In fact, East Carolina doesn't have anybody out on the field. The specialists are lining up to come out right now. South Carolina has their specialists. They're kicking field goals and that kind of thing. But I haven't seen the quarterbacks on that side, and I really haven't talked to anybody as far as the injuries go. As you said, you got to know who to talk to, and now these days, the ones you know to talk to don't say a whole lot. I haven't heard any update as far as that goes either.
Bailey, looking at some numbers on the UBE stat sheet from last week, 27 yards receiving for Tyler Snead, just 4 catches. 4 catches for C.J. Johnson as well. Did not make an impact. Would have if the Hail Mary would have counted at the end of the first half. Got to get those guys rolling today, Bailey. How does Ehlers and Kirkpatrick do that?
Well, one is a jet sweep. They've got to, they got to get it to where they know they can get it to football. You send them out on a route. chance they can't get it to him. I think that Appalachian State did a pretty good job, of keeping Tyler Snead out of the game, and he's got to be a big part of the Pirate offense. He's so good. It's funny. It's kind of like the Navy option. Some teams stop it cold, and some teams can't stop it at all. It's like Tyler Snead. Some days he's out there running around wide open every play, and they can't find him. And in some games you get into, and they try to take him out of the game, and Appalachian State was able to do so. But I think that's a big key today. They got to get him going. They got to get CJ going. They got to get a couple more of those receivers going. They got to flip the ball around the barnyard a little bit. I think with this crowd and how exciting it's going to be here, I think Colton's in for a big day, and it's going to be a great afternoon for Pirate football.
Double B, Brian Bailey joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. Bailey, good stuff, man. Thanks for your video report as well. Final prediction for today. How many points going to be scored? What do you think it's going to look like?
Well, I think it's going to be in the 30 somewhere for the winning team, so I'm going to go East Carolina 34, South Carolina 21.
All right, there you go.
Carolina has a touchdown lead late, and they add to it to clinch it, and the place goes nuts, and we have one of those great skylines. This one would be maroon for the Gamecocks after they leave town with a loss. How about that?
Boy, a very detailed prediction. I like it, Double B. Good stuff, Bailey. Thanks for joining us, man. We'll might catch up with you after the game, but if not, we'll certainly see you Monday on the Brian Bailey Show.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, man. There's Double B, Brian Bailey, live at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, getting set for today's contest. He likes the Pirates. We'll give out our official predictions coming up in hour 4 and also make some fantasy selections. Before we go to break, let me continue running down the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, looking at the AAC games today. Tulsa is 0-1 after losing to an FCS team. They are at Oklahoma State today. That coming up at noon on Fox Sports 1. South Florida is going to get beat down on ABC. It's at Raymond James Stadium. Florida, the Gators are 28.5-point favorites against South Florida today, coming up at 1 o'clock. We mentioned Morgan State and Tulane are playing at Legion Field at 1 o'clock on ESPN+. Murray State taking on Cincinnati. The Bearcats blow out Miami of Ohio last week. They are 36.5-point favorites today at Nippert Stadium. Temple is a road favorite. How in the world is that possible where they're playing one of the worst teams in the country? Akron, Temple, -6.5, 3:30 on ESPN+. Jeff Nadeau likes Air Force to take care of Navy today. Air Force, a road favorite there in Annapolis. That is 3:30 on CBS. Coming up at 6:30 on CBS Sports Network, Houston. Dana Holgerson's guys had everything going right in the first half against Texas Tech last week, and it got away from them in a hurry. They're 0-1. They need to win. They'll take on a Rice team that hung with Arkansas last week, but came up short. So 2 0-1 teams there at Rice Stadium in Houston coming up tonight at 6:30. Bethune-Cookman is at UCF. Central Florida, a 45.5-point favorite in the Bounce House. Coming up tonight, Wager McGee likes the over in North Texas SMU, says a lot of points will be scored. SMU, a big favorite. The total's at 74 for that game tonight in Dallas. And then it'll be Memphis as a 5.5-point favorite at Arkansas State. That could be a pretty good game coming up 7 o'clock tonight on ESPN+. That is a look at what's going on today in the AAC. We'll take a timeout, come back, hour 4 on the way. We will have another tailgate check-in with Troy D. out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Also, we'll hear from Billy Weaver, co-host of the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show. We'll hear from Brian North if we have time. We'll hear from Blake Harrell. We've got our fantasy picks, our predictions, and a whole lot more. Chime in now. What do you think is going to happen in today's game? You can chime in on Facebook Live, on Twitter, and be a part of the show. What's your prediction for East Carolina, South Carolina? We'll throw out some predictions when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this.
Do you suffer from allergies, asthma, or any other sinus problems? Perhaps professional cleaning of your air ducts could help. Family owned and operated in Winterville for over 22 years, Carolina Quality Air was the first certified duct cleaning company in Eastern North Carolina. From residential to commercial, they can handle any size job, big or small, including our studios here at Pirate Radio. Carolina Quality Air uses a sanitizer that kills mold in your ductwork and over 100 viruses, including the coronavirus. Visit them online at carolinaqualityair.com. Guess what, Greenville? Calzones are back. Community Calzone is the only restaurant in town specializing in calzones. Choose from over 50 different calzones, or you design your own with unlimited options, including vegetarian. Community Calzone also features wings, huge salads, and more. Plus, they deliver to almost everywhere in Pitt County. Located on Greenville Boulevard next to Ashley Furniture Warehouse, they're open for lunch, dinner, and late night for dine-in, pickup, or delivery. It's Community Calzone.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with CopyPro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
Are you suffering from anxiety, sleep issues, or chronic pain? Have you heard of CBD? You can learn about the benefits of CBD right here in Greenville at the Hemp Garden. Hemp Garden offers a variety of products and solutions that are truly making a difference in our community. Hemp Garden also provides products that can assist with energy and focus. Have a pet? Come check out their selection of CBD pet products. Visit Hemp Garden to speak with a CBD specialist in a relaxed and welcoming environment today. Exclusive discounts are offered to first-time customers. Hemp Garden, located at 3040 South Evans Street in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville. Save lives, be a hero, and make $1,000 your very first month donating plasma at Grifols Biomat USA. At Grifols, it adds up fast. New donors can earn up to $1,000 in your very first month. It's the easiest way to make extra money. Start now at Biomat USA, 505 South Memorial Drive, Greenville. Find your donor center at grifolsplasma.com. Make up to $1,000 in a month and save lives now at Grifols Biomat USA. A better donor experience and better pay.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, games that are kicking off as we speak. It'll be Virginia and Illinois. Then coming up at 11:30, Kent State will host VMI. Western Kentucky and Army will also kick off at 11:30. Coming up at noon, it'll be number 25 Auburn and Alabama State. Georgia Tech faces off against Kennesaw State at noon. Wake Forest has Norfolk State at noon as well, and it'll be Pittsburgh and Tennessee at noon. And number 12 Oregon will travel to number 3 Ohio State for a noon kickoff. That is your scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall, as your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in Eastern North Carolina. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule. See ya at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Barad.
Da Buck! Da Buck! I'm fired up for Sunday, Chandler Honeycutt.
Sunday.
Panthers hosting the Jets. Football team hosting the Chargers. my favorite games from an enjoyment standpoint. 1 o'clock window, Titans Chiefs.
I'll be on that.
4 o'clock window, Browns Chiefs. Also like Steelers Bills. That could be a fun one too.
Steelers Bills you can hear right here on Pirate Radio because we got our triple header coming up tomorrow beginning at 12:30. We got the Steelers and the Bills.
Good game.
Saints hosting the Packers.
Good game.
Bears and Rams for the nightcap.
I could do without that.
And then coming up Monday night, it'll be the Ravens and Raiders.
Yeah, could do without that.
Oh, well, I'm just letting you know.
Well, Shirley, change the schedule. Fix it.
I can't fix it.
Why doesn't Shirley flex my game in tonight? Shirley controls this.
Way to go, Shirley.
I can only control it, but so far.
No, I like all those games. Look, the Bears, they could put up a fight. We'll see. And I took the Ravens to lose to the Raiders, so I'm down. I love all the Week 1 slate. We'll have a triple header coming up for you on Sunday. We've got the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show coming up later on today. Billy Weaver, my co-host, will join us in a little bit. But right now, we'll head back out to the Fixed NC Live line and talk to Troy D out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Had a great video put out on our social media talking to a former South Carolina quarterback and East Carolina coach Phil Petty. Troy D, a great interview there. Saw that on our social media sites.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about these football games, Clip, and tailgating. You get to see a bunch of old friends, and in this case, an old football coach for East Carolina who obviously has great ties to South Carolina, too, being their former coach. So hope folks can go online and see that. Man, and the tailgate, 1 hour until kickoff. This has been an absolute blast. I forgot how much fun this was out here. So great to see so many friends in the Pirate Nation back at it. And judging from this tailgate, it looks like it's going to be a fantastic crowd out in Dowdy-Ficklen today. I know they're expecting well over 40,000 folks. Hopefully, with the weather being so nice, there might be some late walk-ups, folks that haven't bought tickets in advance. There are still tickets available for folks that want to come. It is a $65 face value, but tickets are available for face value at the ticket office. And it is a great scene out here at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. We've got Warren's Hot Dogs, incredible pizza and hot dogs being served. Our friends at Bud Light, well, we got every selection they got, and they've got a ton of selections of different types of beverages that Carolina Eagle distributes, and I think we've got them all in the coolers today. And, of course, our friends at Pepsi providing ice-cold soft drinks. And I'll tell you what, you never know who will walk up in here. Ken Watlington from Channel 9 has stopped by, the anchor for WNCT. Good to see you again, Ken.
Good to see you too, Troy, and thanks for all you guys do. Another great day out here at the tailgate. A little bit back to normal and looking forward to what should be a great game with some great weather.
Man, it is absolutely beautiful. Our buddies at Parker's Barbecue rolling by. You know, they have a busy day going on. Give a plug to my man, Billy Parker, working hard for the community. Good to see them out, as always. And this is just what Pirate football is all about. And it's so much fun before the game. And I tell you what, sure would be fun after the game if the Pirates can find a way to victory.
And I think they will, too. It's going to be a late field goal. Pirates get to win 30-28. The crowd's happy. Everybody has a good night on a gorgeous day. I tell you, it's just fantastic out here.
So that's Ken Watlington from Channel 9, WNCT. You can watch him on the 6 o'clock news or come out 5:30, all the time. So, yeah, Ken does 100 newscasts. Or you can come out and meet him in person here at the Tailgate Zone. I'll throw it back to you guys. Looking forward to the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter coming up after the game. Appreciate what you guys do in the studio, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Ken Watlington is everywhere, folks, and he right now is at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. So great to hear from Troy D, Ken, and the crew out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. It is awesome to have a game going on as we speak right now. Watching Illinois take on Virginia, 11 o'clock kickoff. Guys, I tell you what, I don't know how I would feel about a 7 a.m. Bud Light pregame tailgate. So keep the 11 o'clock kickoffs away from me. I don't mind a nooner, but that 7 o'clock start time, Shirley, that might be pushing a little bit.
I would loudly object because I was on the struggle bus coming in here this morning.
We have an update on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. The Cavaliers, in 1 minute and 16 seconds, have gone down the field and scored a touchdown. Put them on the board. 6-0.
Wow.
Cavaliers.
Wahoo.
Bronco Mendenhall's crew getting it done early in this one. Coming up, and there's two more kickoff times in the 11 o'clock hour.
There's an 11:30. That's the VMI and Kent State. Western Kentucky and Army at 11:30.
There you go. Thank you, Shirley Rhodes. She is on top of the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. Shirley, let's hear from Blake Harrell, and want to get his one-on-one with Jeff Charles that we heard on the UBE Pirate Preview, as Blake talked about last week and also looked ahead to South Carolina and talked about what the Pirates can do today to keep South Carolina out of the end zone. Right now, the total in this game sitting at the 50. South Carolina's team total is 28.5, which means you can bet individually on will South Carolina score over under 28.5 points. For East Carolina, that number is 27.5. So just throwing that out there. Let's hear from the voice and Blake Harrell.
Visit now with ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. And, Coach, your defense matches up against a team that put 46 points on the board last week. Now, I know Eastern Illinois is a struggling FCS program, but you still have to score the points. So what was impressive to you about these guys?
Yeah, South Carolina's an impressive bunch. And, from the receivers to the O-line to the running backs to the quarterback, all did a nice job last week and very impressive and very dominant. And Eastern Illinois played hard, but South Carolina executed and stuck the ball in the end zone and put up 46, as you said. So definitely have a work cut out for us. They are a run-first football team, and will take their play-action shots down the field. So we got to be ready for both. And, the running game is, their leading rusher is back, Kevin Harris, who led the SEC in rushing last season. And, just go along with him. You got a couple other tailbacks that are pretty fancy back there, too, that can get downhill on you and create some things. And number 11 broke by a 60-yard run last week, so he certainly has the total package there. And the couple of freshmen, number 1, number 21, both are dominant players as well. So focus on the run game, but Zeb Nolan does a good job placing the ball down the field and putting it in receivers' hands. So we got to be ready to defend the shots as well.
And have to be ready to defend maybe more than one quarterback this week. Luke Doty is back. You mentioned Zeb Nolan. He took them to the victory last week. So, Coach, what's it been like in practice this week, preparing, I would guess, for maybe 2, maybe even 3 quarterbacks this week?
Well, every week you prepare in your game plan for any possible situation, whether it be multiple running backs, multiple receivers, multiple tight ends, and certainly multiple quarterbacks. And I think Luke Doty, Zeb Nolan, DeCarrion Joyner, if he's in there, all three bring something different to the package or to their offense. So you kind of focus on that and talk about that with your guys in practice. You script it out and just have different plans for each. So each have their own personal identity, and at the same time, they all want to turn around and hand it to those tailbacks, and certainly can do a good job of putting the ball in the air too. So we got a good plan for it, and our kids are aware of it, and all three are good players, and we got to be ready for all three of them.
Coaches, we both know it starts up front, so evaluate South Carolina's offensive line for us.
Yeah, Coach Greg Atkins does a nice job with that O-line, and they come off the ball. Their guard, 54 is probably as good as we'll maybe see all season. Probably a Sunday-type player. The center is very solid, started a bunch of games. The right tackle started all last season, and both the left side, left guard, left tackle are really strong too. So just an impressive unit, huge up front. They have the SEC size, SEC strength, and they can throw guys around and move guys, and that's kind of what they are, road graders that are used to running the football. And they led the way for that rushing attack last year, and Kevin Harris. So certainly impressive bunch up front.
So, Coach, when you went back and looked at the tape from the Appalachian State game at your defense, what were some of your thoughts?
I thought we played hard throughout the game, even late in the game, fourth quarter. Made some plays, for losses, and I think we had 9 tackles for a loss last week, and that's some of the positives that you can take away from that. And had a turnover and played okay in the red zone, decent in the red zone. But I think we just got to do a better job of getting downhill and trigger. And I think we're a little bit too hesitant at times and play a little bit lateral. We got to play more vertical and get more penetration up front. And the second and third level, we got to get downhill and do a better job tackling. And so that's been our focus this week, and look forward to improving that this Saturday.
Coach Houston said on Monday the speed of the game certainly was different with Appalachian State than what you guys can do in practice. Now that you have a game under your belt and you've seen that game speed, can that be an advantage this week?
No question. I think any time that you're preparing for an opponent versus a scout team, it's never the same speed of the game, and it usually takes a little while to get adjusted. And especially early in the season, it takes a little while to kind of get in game mode, game speed week to week, and it's not such a, hey, bam, that's a little faster than we thought it was going to be, or the players maybe adjusting a little quicker. So you get into the season and kind of you're ready for it. You're more prepared for it. You understand it a little better and understand exactly the fits, the feel for it, and so we're prepared for that this Saturday.
So, Coach, going back to last week, who were some of your defensive players that graded out well?
I think we had several guys that did do a decent job. You look at it more of as a unit. Things we can do better and things we don't do so good. But I think Elijah Morris inside has always been solid, and he had a few bright spots late in the game there. I saw Surad Wares as a young kid, get some knockback, get some push up front. So we're excited about him. Jaquan McMillan had the pick there in the end zone, so nice job by him on that. So a lot to take away from that game, a lot of corrections to make, and a lot to build upon for this week.
Xavier Smith's been moved around to defensive end position. I know you still will probably use him at the linebacker position as well. So how has he adapted to all that, Coach?
Yeah, Xavier's been a lot of flexibility for our defense and created some versatility there. And just, the fact that he can go play off the edge, he can play inside. He's doing a nice job with that. And I think at times, you got to make sure it keeps simple enough so he can go play fast. But, he's in great shape right now and able to handle a lot of snaps and able to handle a lot of information and understands our defense and can process it. So really excited about where he's heading with that.
Tell us about practice, Coach, because as we've mentioned, you've got so much more depth now with this football team on the defensive side of the ball. I would think competition in practice weekly to get ready for a game must be pretty intense because guys are really fighting for playing time.
Yeah, everything we talk about is competing. And that's, whether we're competing on Saturdays, we're competing at practice, competing within a position group, competing with ones and twos. It's always competition because we know whatever it is in life, competition is going to drive us. Competition is going to make us better. So we want to create that, within our defensive unit. That way we can get better throughout the week. Maybe they're fighting for reps. Maybe they're fighting to see who's on the field on third down. And that's going to carry over into game day. So we've done guys are doing that within their position rooms. Coaches are doing that, and it's going to carry over, and we're going to see that show up on Saturdays.
So, Coach, last question for you. Is it kind of like last week? Got to stop the run like we talked about with Appalachian? Same thing with South Carolina. Is that going to be the focus?
Yeah, it is. And I think you got to stop the run, and then you got to protect against the deep shots when they take their shots down the field. And they're certainly going to do that. Whether it's Brooks running down the field, DeCarrion running down the field, or Van running down the field, you got to be aware of it. You got to get those guys some help back there, whether it's through pressure, whether it's through coverage. So there's different ways to do that. But number one, stop the run and stop Kevin Harris and those other two tailbacks that are back there that do a really good job. And see if we can get some push up front and get a little tackles for loss and put them in some negative situations, get them in third and long.
That's ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell.
Jeff Charles one-on-one with the Pirate defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. We will take a timeout, come back when we return. I'll talk to my U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show co-host Billy Weaver, get his thoughts on East Carolina and South Carolina. That's on the way when we return. Hour 4 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate rolls on as Virginia tacks on another on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. 13-0 PAT pending. Virginia pouring it on Illinois early in Charlottesville. We're back with more after this.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
At US Cellular, we believe you should get more of the latest 5G technology for less of your hard-earned money. Right now, get up to $1,200 off any 5G phone. The choice is yours. Any of our 5G phones with no trade-in or hidden fees. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Buick GMC Truck. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal: to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get an all-new 2021 Buick Encore GX. Save over $3,000 or 0% financing for 72 months. As always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty on all new and pre-owned vehicles.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out.
Like shouting from the rooftop! Free cheesy!
Screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
This is Holt Nailers, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate in U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio TV and subscribe. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, we've been talking about it. The Orthopedics East injury report for South Carolina. Luke Doty did not play a quarterback last week in the Gamecocks' 46-0 win over Eastern Illinois. Just saw some video from Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium of Luke Doty taking snaps pregame, throwing the ball to his receiver in the end zone. This from GamecockCentral.com. So he is, at the very least, warming up in uniform, throwing the receivers at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Might give it a go today as quarterback for South Carolina. Let's head out to the Fixed NC Live line. It's going to be rocking and rolling after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. My co-host is Billy Weaver, who joins us now on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Weave, happy game day. How you doing, man?
Man, I am doing great. Better than you could possibly imagine.
In hour one, I asked Jeff Charles when's the last time he tailgated, and he said he has never tailgated, Billy, which is kind of sad to hear. But he's been working his entire life in college athletics, college football. Weave, you haven't had much of an opportunity with your work schedule in the past to tailgate. So are you taking full advantage of this one?
Oh man, yeah, and that's why I said happier than you could imagine.
I figured that was it. Yeah.
with being and I guess 1 foot out of the business, I guess you could say, because I'm still in the business technically with doing, of course, the 5th Quarter Call-In Show with you and being around football and still doing media stuff. It's not my full-time gig anymore, so my game day responsibilities have diminished some. So while I had always partaken in tailgating, there's usually a time before tailgating that I got to get into work mode and get ready and do interviews and things like that. This is the first time I've really been able to soak in the entire kind of atmosphere and everything about tailgating. And how about this? For the first time today, when I was putting on clothes to come out to tailgate, I was looking for my shoes, and I decided, you know what? I'm going to wear flip-flops today. Today is the first ECU game ever I've been able to go to in flip-flops. I know that doesn't sound like a big deal to a lot of people. To me, that is a huge deal because it's just kind of going into the next phase of now I get to enjoy these games and the tailgating and the atmosphere just a little bit more.
A milestone moment for Billy Weaver wearing flip-flops today. Weave, how you feeling about this game? East Carolina and South Carolina Gamecocks 1-0 after beating up on a much lesser opponent in Eastern Illinois. ECU coming off the 33-19 loss to Appalachian State. So what's your take on today's outcome?
Well, I'm very optimistic, which scares me. Because of the fact that, listening to the pregame show and listening to a lot of the folks that you had on and and hearing people saying, this is a very, I was listening to Ronnie earlier saying that this is a very winnable game. This is a game the Pirates can win and probably, maybe should win since they're at home. And there's, with all the kind of intangibles and everything, I'm thinking, this just doesn't seem right that we're talking about an SEC opponent coming into Dowdy-Ficklen Stadium. That's a very winnable game. We got to remember, this is an SEC opponent. They've got SEC talent. They've got guys that are going to be playing in the NFL soon. That doesn't mean they're a great football team by any means. And I think a lot of people see exactly what, problems South Carolina has. So while I say this is a very winnable game like everybody else, that scares me. It really does. But then again, East Carolina always has seemed to step up to the plate in situations like this. They're coming off a very tough season opening loss to Appalachian State, which a lot of people thought they should have been much more competitive in that game. There were some disappointments there. There were some holes. There were some problems. But you know what? There's that old adage that a football team gets better from week 1 to week 2 than they do the entire season. I mean, the most improvement is made between week 1 and week 2, and if that's the case for the Pirates, we'll see a good showing today. Now, do I think they are going to win? Am I predicting a win? I'm predicting a very close game. I think it's going to be a fun game, but definitely, like everyone else said, this is a very winnable game for the Pirates.
I've been irrationally optimistic about this one, Weave. It started on the 5th quarter with you last week where I said this feels like not a great performance last Thursday, but it feels like a bounce back for ECU coming up week 2 against South Carolina. And I've just kind of stuck with that the entire week, thinking they put on a show today at Dowdy-Ficklen Stadium. And look, this South Carolina team is used to losing games. They were up and stayed up all last week. Let's show them some adversity. Let's get on them first and make them have to come back and see what happens with a new coaching staff and a team that's used to losing games.
Man, I tell you what, you've hit it right on the head, Cliff. That is exactly what I was thinking, is that East Carolina needs to take advantage of 40,000-plus fans at Dowdy-Ficklen Stadium, something that really no teams until this year in college football have really experienced. Even last week at Bank of America Stadium, I think the attendance was, 36,000? It was up to 40,000. And it's not really a home game. There were plenty of App State fans there, of course. It was a neutral site. But you're at home now. You're in front of 40,000-plus fans. A lot of the young guys are going to experience that for the first time. The guys that have even played last year, they didn't experience that. And I think if East Carolina can get out front early and get this crowd really into it and get the Gamecocks on their heels early, I think that is the big key to this game. You hit it right on the head.
Billy Weaver joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. We will be here after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. Billy, looking forward to hopefully a fun afternoon with you taking calls from Pirate fans after this one wraps up.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope it's a little bit better than last week with people calling for Mike Houston's head and a new quarterback and all that stuff. But you know what? It's amazing what a win does for confidence, not only for the team, but especially for the fan base and coaches and everything. So if we can come out with a win, I think we're going to have one heck of a 5th quarter call-in show. And I hope you've got an energy drink or something, because I think after a win, especially if you beat South Carolina today at home and you go 1-1 and you're feeling good about yourself, we might have a pretty long post-game show, which is what I hope for.
A party in the Pirate Radio studios is what we're hoping for. We got plenty of Pepsis. We still got leftover Warren's hot dogs, pizza, sausage dogs. We got tons of food here. We'll throw in some tiebreakers too, so we'll be having a party regardless. But man, if the Pirates win, it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it will be. And speaking of those Warren hot dogs, we had those out of the Pirate Radio tailgate tent. Awesome.
Yeah.
So good. And, it was awesome to have the Warren's hot dogs out here. But, hey, I can go for a second round of Warren's hot dogs on the 5th quarter show.
There you go. Billy, we'll see you in a few hours. Thanks, man.
All right, man.
Billy Weaver joining us on the Fixed NC Live line, co-host of the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. Let's take a time out. When we return, we'll get Brian North's take on this football game, as he'll give us his thoughts on East Carolina, South Carolina, some other action going on around the world in college football as well. And before we get out of here, we got to make our picks and predictions on the game. We'll do that What's your prediction for East Carolina, South Carolina? You can throw it up on Facebook Live, Twitter, and let us know what you're thinking about today's contest. We'll take a timeout, come back. North joins us when we return after this.
Burgers, wings, hand-cut, hand-breaded chicken tenders, fresh salads, and cold beer is the starting lineup at Tiebreakers and has been keeping customers happy for 20 years. Tiebreakers family atmosphere is the perfect place to come watch your favorite team play while enjoying a great lunch or dinner. In a hurry or looking for catering options? Get Tiebreakers to go. That now includes the new curbside pickup by ordering online at tiebreakersnc.com. Tiebreakers.
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
You know texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Norm Bryant with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates.
UBE and PirateWear.com has all your back-to-school needs, and it's the place to shop for students of all ages. They carry ECU notebooks, binders, and backpacks, as well as umbrellas and rain jackets for that eastern North Carolina weather. And don't forget about their textbook department, where you can rent, buy, or sell your books year-round. And they also price match. And visit their social media pages, where there's almost always a Win It Wednesday going on throughout the school year. Stop by UBE or PirateWear.com, where there's new shipments arriving daily with lower prices than their competitors. Proud to be serving the Pirate Nation for over 50 years.
This is Coach Blake Harrell, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, as Clip mentioned earlier, Virginia has jumped out to an early lead over Illinois. They lead them 14-0 with about 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. Two games that'll be kicking off in just about a minute or so. Kent State and VMI, also Western Kentucky and Army. Coming up at noon, it'll be number 25, Auburn, taking on Alabama State. Georgia Tech will host Kennesaw State. Norfolk State is at Wake Forest for a noon kickoff. A top 25 matchup, number 3, Ohio State hosts number 12, Oregon at noon. And then coming up at 1 o'clock, number 13, Florida will take on South Florida. And Tulane will host Morgan State. And then coming up at 2 o'clock, it'll be number 19, Virginia Tech, hosting Middle Tennessee. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by Buccaneer Music Hall. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they'll have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule. See ya at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Barak.
The Buck. The Buck. Thank you. Chandler, what game are you looking forward to outside of East Carolina? That was an abrupt stop. What game are you looking forward to today outside of East Carolina, South Carolina? Do you have one in mind?
I'm very interested in that Mississippi State, NC State game.
Yeah.
I think kickoff is at, 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock tonight, Starkville, and that is on ESPN 2.
Yeah, so I'll be able to get home and watch that game.
Maybe.
Hopefully. I mean, if we're not home by then that might be a Pirate win, and we're getting a lot of positive calls, which is great. But I want to see if, NC State is legit. They played a very poor South Florida team last week to start the season on Thursday night. Mississippi State squeaked by Skip Holtz's Louisiana Tech football program.
Yeah.
So I want to see what these two teams do. I think it's going to be a pretty good game. I did see earlier this week it was a pick'em. Not really sure where it's at now.
State's a 1-point favorite.
So yeah,
NC State, that is.
I would say that game is the most intriguing to me.
Let's start there with Brian North, WCTI 12, who joins us on the Fixed NC Live line. North, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Clippy. Hope you are.
Yes, sir. Big game for Dave Doran and the Pack as they go to Starkville tonight. What's your take on NC State? They beat a bad opponent week 1, Brian, in South Florida, and take on a much better competition coming up tonight.
Yeah, they did everything they were supposed to do at home, and you didn't really see any weaknesses exposed. Their quarterback looked good, defense, running game, all those things. So I don't know if we learned much about NC State, but we do know they're a good team. Now they go on the road and to go to a very hostile environment. And I don't know if you saw, but Dave Doran asked his kids if he knew about the Saturday Night Live skit about more cowbell with Will Ferrell, and none of them knew that. So he actually had them all emailed the clip so they could learn more about more cowbell as they go to Mississippi State to have to deal with all the cowbell issues there. But it will be a hostile environment against an SEC team, and so I agree. It's the most intriguing game of the day for what I am interested in, and I'm curious as to how they're going to react. And so this is, for NC State, this is always, their fans, it's always kind of like the Super Bowl, right? If they win this one, they're going to be insufferable and intolerable to deal with. If they lose this, then they're just going to say, well, we only care about the ACC anyways, and Clemson's vulnerable this year, and they're going to worry about them. But don't get anybody wrong. NC State wants to win this game so badly, especially with how bad the ACC did against the SEC in the opening week.
Could be bounce back week for a lot of teams, and we'll get to ECU on that note in a moment. But how about North Carolina? How many do they roll up today on Georgia State? Get a little frustration out, Brian.
Be advised that Georgia State is no slouch, right?
Well, you don't need to tell anybody here that, Brian. We saw them last year run the ball all over ECU.
Correct. So anybody who thinks that Carolina's just going to bounce right back and not put in the effort. Now, I did hear Mac Brown say that they've had a really good week of practice. They've kind of got their players' attention now. So it's just, look, that offense just isn't as good as it was last year for a lot of different reasons. Obviously, the players are different.
I was going to say, a lot of reasons you'll see on Sunday tomorrow with
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. But those wide receivers that Sam Howell is now trying to throw to are having problems separating. All their separators are gone. When you don't have the windows to throw to like you did in the past, and your offensive line is not giving you the time that they gave you in the past, I don't care how good a quarterback you are, if you're under duress and don't have as many places to throw to, you're not going to be as good. So that's something to keep an eye on, I think, is, look, we all want to talk about the fantasy points, and we all want to talk about the receivers and the quarterbacks and the running backs. It's offensive line, offensive line, offensive line. That's the case at ECU. It's the case at North Carolina. They've got to get their offensive line together to give Sam more time. You give him more time, he can hit those smaller windows when the receivers can't separate, and they've got to find a running game as well. I mean, certainly the running game complements play action and all those things. So they've got to find some guys to run the ball, which they were hesitant to do in week 1.
Brian, I'd rather not talk O-line and D-line because South Carolina brings an SEC front on each side to Greenville today, and East Carolina got pushed around last week. App State was able to run on them, and South Carolina, to a degree, should be able to do the same thing today. And I just don't know, Brian, if that is an overmatched thing or something Blake Harrell, as we go specifically to the defensive side of the ball here, something Blake Harrell can dial up and just maybe load up the box and say Luke Doty, Zeb Nolan, whoever you're going to have to throw. I don't know what they do against Kevin Harris in this rushing attack today.
Skip Holtz always used to say it, that we just don't have enough lead in our pencil. And he always talked about just your guys aren't big enough along those. And look, ECU's doing a good job of recruiting. They're getting people in. But when you talk about App State, how many guys that they have were 6-year seniors on those offensive and defensive lines? They're just bigger, stronger, and that it just takes time. And ECU's the same deal. It's going to take time. There are some good offensive linemen on ECU's staff. They're just young. Your best offensive linemen are 4th, 5th, and now even in this COVID era, 6-year type of guys. who have been in the weight room program, who are just bigger and stronger, and have developed. And ECU is only in year 3 of only in year 3 of Mike Houston, and even then you've had some recruiting issues you're going through, so it just takes time to get that lead in the pencil. Having said that, on defense, so how do you compensate until there's more lead in the pencil? You're going to have to be creative. You got to hope your linebackers are good. You got to hope your secondary can cover a little bit longer. But really, against South Carolina, it's going to be run support. How do you fill those gaps? Do you do run blitzes? How do you find ways to stop the run? Because that is certainly going to set up the pass today. South Carolina is going to go in. Oh, well, by the way, Montario Hardesty, former New Bern, is the running backs coach there. And so there's going to be a lot of emphasis on that running game by South Carolina. If ECU stops that, then that puts them in a good position to win. Because if they don't stop it, that defense is going to be on the field a long time today and get worn down.
On the flip side of that, Brian, you kind of said you can say all the same things and just substitute ECU's O-line and ECU's offense having to get creative, perhaps. If they can't run the ball straight ahead, they're going to have to do other things to move the ball down the field against the South Carolina defense. I will say this. Apparently, South Carolina had the most unimpressive 46-0 win of all time last week, because talking to South Carolina great Corey Miller on the show this week and Tommy Suggs, their color analyst, they could not state enough how bad Eastern Illinois was, and even said South Carolina could have played a lot better, Brian. So I still think we don't know what the Gamecocks have. We'll find out a ton more in about 23 minutes from now.
The opening opponent that you have tends to dictate so much what you do on that second week. I mean, you think about now, App State now has to go take on Miami. Miami played Alabama. Everybody thinks Miami stinks, but because they played a better team, they're going to be better for that. So how does App State how do they respond? Same thing with South Carolina, and then we just talked about it with NC State. You don't know much about your team because you didn't play anybody who exposed any of your weaknesses and made you adjust on the fly. So with South Carolina, there's still a lot of unknowns. Look, Vegas installed them as a 1 or 2 point favorite to start, and then the betting lines changed on it. But there's a reason Vegas does some of those things sometimes, and it's amazing how they keep building casinos because they're right more times than they're not on these deals. So it's going to be interesting to see how ECU, maybe using the home crowd to their advantage, gets a little more enthusiasm, a little more push along those lines. And look, you're going to have to create turnovers. I think turnovers are the key today. If you can somehow create turnovers, force fumbles with that running game, force some interceptions, I think turnovers are the key today. If ECU is going to win, they're going to have to win the turnover battle, and not only win the turnover battle, but turn some of those turnovers into points, as in getting them on the South Carolina side of the field so that gives the offense a short field to work with.
Good stuff from Brian North joining us on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Brian, what do you think about the Sam Darnold Bowl coming up on Sunday? What are the Panthers going to look like?
Yeah, so this is everybody wants this Sam Darnold to throw for 500 yards and 5 touchdowns against his old team, and I don't think the Panthers are going to let him do that. I think with the Jets' defense not being great, I think you're going to see a ton of Christian McCaffrey. I think you're going to see a ton of safe throws by Darnold. I think he'll have a good game, but I don't think they'll have him win the game. I think ultimately the storyline everybody wants probably isn't going to happen. If it does, great, but I don't think they're going to put that undue pressure on him. I don't think Sam's the type of guy yet in his career who thrives with that sort of pressure on him. I think you want to ease him in week to week and open up the play as the season goes on. But I think you're going to see the Panthers very ground heavy on Sunday, pressure off him, give him safe throws, maybe an occasional shot downfield, and let him have the good feelings of a victory, which he hadn't had very much of when he was in New York.
North just saw Brett Kennedy, a picture of him out at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Are you hanging out with the fam on this Saturday? What are you doing?
We've got a little pink eye situation going on in our household, so I will be watching this one and hoping to get up there the next time the Pirates are home. And it's weird. This is my first ECU home opener in 24 years I haven't been to. So
wow.
It's a little bit different, but life is a little bit different with terrorists running around here and spreading disease and doing all those things that we have to deal with right now.
It's a milestone.
You can hold it down.
It's a milestone Saturday, Brian. We just found out a moment ago this is the first game Billy Weaver has ever worn flip-flops to. So that's a huge moment, too. I figured you'd love that tidbit.
Yeah, and you know what the funny thing is? We like to think we're all important and stuff. ECU is going to be fine without us there. They're going to go on with life, and we're just, we'll be good. Everybody will be fine with us now.
A spoke in the wheel. North, great to chat with you, man, and hope everything gets better with the homestead there, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, congratulations. You might be home before sunset tonight.
I love these nooners, man. As the older I get, the more I like a nooner, so I can actually get home and say hello to my family and then go watch football the rest of the night. So.
There you go. And if you get a Pirate win, they usually are shorter, right? I mean, the fifth quarter goes longer with the negative phone.
Well, it's dependent upon the, I guess, unpredictable happening. Where if it's kind of goes like it's supposed to, it's a shorter. If it's an ECU blowout today, we'll probably have a long celebration type of show. Yeah. If ECU gets blown out today, we'll probably be here a while too. So maybe the closer the game, the quicker the show will go. In this particular case, we'll see.
There you go. Rooting for yourself. That's what we like to do. We all root for ourselves in these situations.
Gotta look out for number one. That's right.
There you go.
See you, Brian.
Have fun today, Clippy.
Later, bud. There's Brian North joining us on the Fixed NC live line. We will take one final timeout. When we return, prediction time, fantasy time. I had Keaton Mitchell in week 1 because I am the football genius. We'll see if I can roll that over into week 2 when we return after this.
This is Dr. Phil Perdue with Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. My colleagues and I recognize how difficult this time is for everyone in our community. We continue to see patients during the week while taking precautions to keep everyone safe. Our extended care clinic is now open on Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. so you can avoid the emergency department for your urgent orthopedic care. For more information, please contact us at 757-2663 or visit our website at orthoeast.com.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
You know, anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those. But anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
When a storm hits, you can count on Greenville Utilities. They put their emergency storm plan into action to restore power as quickly and safely as possible. If you experience an outage, call them toll-free at 1-855-767-2482. The automated hotline can handle a large number of calls at once, virtually eliminating busy signals, so help can be on the way as fast as possible. Remember, GUC's emergency hotline number is 1-855-767-2482.
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right. It is now the second quarter, and Virginia is still holding on to a 14-0 lead over Illinois. Kent State has struck first over VMI in the first. They lead at 7-0. And Western Kentucky and Army currently has possession, and they are within the red zone here. and they are looking to score, but no score as of yet. Coming up at 12 o'clock, it'll be number 25, Auburn and Alabama State. Indiana State is at Northwestern for noon kickoff. It'll be Georgia Tech and Kennesaw State. Wake Forest takes on Norfolk State at noon. Pittsburgh and Tennessee kicks off at noon as well as Tulsa and Oklahoma State. Number 3, Ohio State hosts number 12, Oregon at 12 o'clock. Later on this afternoon at 1 o'clock, it'll be number 13, Florida taking on South Florida. Number 19, Virginia Tech takes on Middle Tennessee at 2 o'clock. Number 8, Notre Dame hosts Toledo at 2:30. And then, of course, the military game, Air Force and Navy, kick off at 3:30 this afternoon. Number 11, Penn State will host Ball State at 3:30. And then, of course, games that we will have scores for later on. Number 5, Texas A&M is at Colorado. That is also a 3:30 kickoff. And then number 10, Iowa, and number 9, Iowa State at 4:30. And then at 5 o'clock this afternoon, it'll be number 6, Clemson, hosting South Carolina State. And that is a look at your scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for the updated schedule. See ya at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's Clip Brock.
Alrighty, back with you on
the Buck.
I tell you what, Chandler, you have free reign to do that whenever I forget. That was great. Thank you. The Buck. I just enjoyed a cup full of lemonade from Warren's Hot Dogs.
Warren's Hot Dog
Lemonade. I will not go out of my way to go get a lemonade. I'm not a huge lemonade guy. Now, if you know me, you know
Clip Brock.
You know I love an orangeade. I will go out of my way to find an orangeade. But this fresh lemonade from Warren's Hot Dogs was an absolute treat. And I took it to the house. It is gone. But we have a lot more in the fridge if anybody is interested here. And that was awesome, as were the hot dogs, the sausage dogs, the apple turnovers, the peach turnovers. They even threw in a pizza, and we had a fantastic Bud Light pregame tailgate here. Warren's Original Hot and Judy's Mild Sweet Chili hot dogs have been the official hot dogs of sports fans for over 30 years. Tailgate special going on this football season. You get 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.50 each. Warren's is in Greenville, across from Ron Ayers, in Chocowinity, next to the fire department. Warren's Hot Dogs. Want some? Get some.
The only thing that was missing from Warren's Hot Dogs
is the pillow for the nap I need to take.
Oh, well, yeah, that too. But Warren's also has the good ice.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about. They usually when they bring the lemonade, they will bring cups of
ice.
the chewy ice. Chewy ice. You're right.
Plant your feet, take a bite, and say, "Bring it on."
Want some? Get some. Thank you, Ruffin McHoneycutt. Awesome pregame meal today. Thanks to Warren's. They were out at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone too. It was good to see all the fine folks out there. Tony Dunn and his wife. Saw a great picture of them.
Saw them last night at Free Boot Friday.
I am loving these pictures from Dowdy Ficklin Stadium as they're getting ready to go. Shirley, we would go to the games. We would do, here's a little behind-the-scenes secret. Mm-hmm. We would record like the last 20 minutes of the show without anybody knowing, so we could get over there in time to see the intro for one game a year.
One game a
year.
year.
We haven't done that in a while, but I'm sure there'll be videos out of the new entrance. It should be pretty bad A.
I kind of heard bits and pieces of how they were going to do it, and I was like, yeah, this is going to be pretty cool.
Coming up in about 5 minutes, if you're listening to us at the tailgate field, you might want to head in there right now.
You might want to start making your way in there because, pick it up because I think it's going to be super, super cool, and I am kind of disappointed that I'm not going to see it, but I'm fine. I got a couch over here. I'm gonna lay down and watch the game.
Well, yeah, I'll be checking it out here in the studio.
So,
with
Troy,
Chan-Man.
if you're listening, I'm laying on your couch in your office.
Well, Glenn was on it earlier today. It's the community couch.
It is the community couch.
We let 3 people we didn't know come inside and sit on Troy's desk and
They said,
lay on the
"Hey,
couch.
I've been walking all morning. Do you mind if is there a couch in here?" We said, "There's one right in here."
In fact, you can prop your feet up on Troy's desk if you want, bare feet and all. All right, let's get
Oh my
to.
God! If this phone rings because he's calling and freaking out.
Let's get to. We'll do Fantasyland first. So, Clip Brock is your defending champion.
You going back to the well?
It should be like make it, take it, right? Like I can keep Mitchell until he gets knocked off.
I guess. Go ahead.
No, I mean I'll go a different route today. I'll let Shirley pick first.
I do like the idea of make it, take it, though.
All right, I'll take Keaton, and you guys try to beat me and Keaton. How about that?
Okay, you're on.
You're on.
All right. So, do I still get first pick, though?
I mean, I always go ladies first, but I'm a gentleman. Chandler, what do you think?
If you're a gentleman or not?
Are you a gentleman?
Yeah.
You're going to let Shirley pick first?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Ladies first.
Okay. Tyler Snead.
Good call. He's going to have a big one today. Chandler.
I'm going to go opposite of Keaton Mitchell. I'm going to go Rajay Harris. Rajay.
Wait, it's not Raji.
It's not Raji. Rajah.
Rajol.
It's not
Rajo.
Raji, Raja, or Raja. It's Rajay.
You're going with the South Carolina boy.
Yes, sir.
I like it.
He grew up a Gamecocks fan. Really want the Pirates to establish the run. What did Coach Smith say on Thursday's Pirate Radio or Friday's Pirate Radio Live? Thursday. To win the ball game, you have to stop the run
and run the ball.
And Rajay Harris is going to be my fantasy player today.
Chandler
is Jesus?
Chandler had one too many dogs earlier.
Yeah.
He's a little messed up.
There's something in those dogs.
I tell you this, though. If they get the ball near the goal line, I mean, Donnie Kirkpatrick was asked about it by Igo earlier this week. You know, the South Carolina kid, has he asked you to give him the ball more? If they get near the goal line, they're going to get Harris a touchdown against the Gamecocks. You know they're going to him.
Absolutely.
So, I like that pick. All right, let's make some game picks. I'll start, and I said it last week during the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. As down as I was on that game, as down as everybody was, I saw it in the distance, on the horizon. I saw a bounce-back opportunity.
All right, Shorty, let's go.
I was born at Pickman Memorial Hospital on November 1st, 1981.
Oh, I was waiting for the 89.
No, this is actually my story.
Okay.
Believe it or not every story is Troy D's story.
I know.
I went out to my my aft on the boat. What's the aft?
What? The hell did you just say?
Isn't there a front and a back of a boat? What are they called?
I thought it was the bow and the stern.
bow and the stern?
What's the aft?
I don't know.
Okay. I went to the stern.
If your boat has an aft, you need to abort.
Back that aft up. I got my binoculars and I looked on the horizon, and what did I see? That looks like a bounce back opportunity in week 2. And I felt that way last Thursday, last Friday, last Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We are at a new Saturday, and it will be bounce back time. And the score has increased as the week has gone on. I've got the Pirates winning 33-24.
Well done.
Shirley.
I was born at Pitt Memorial. No, I'm just kidding.
Do you have an aft? Did I just
Possibly.
make up a word? I'm gonna Google that.
No, it's a nautical term. I just don't know what it describes.
The difference between aft and stern is the aft is the inside on part of the vessel. The stern refers to the outside. I still don't understand, but the aft is the thing.
Okay.
So,
yeah, no, I've heard that term used before in nautical terms. I just didn't know what it was.
All right. What's your prediction?
My prediction, East Carolina 40.
Wow.
South Carolina 28.
Speaking of Jim Rome, great pauses
Great
there. That
Jim
was
Rome
dramatic AF. You guys can pick the opposing team, you know. Just letting you know.
I know.
All right.
I know, but
All right.
I'm a homer.
All right, Chandler.
Autumn is here. And it's back in Dowdy-Ficklin, back in Greenville. The crowd is going to be electric at the Fick today. I think that's going to play a factor. Give me the Pirates, 34. Gamecocks, 27.
The picks are in. And we are donezo, but we will be back with you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show, taking your calls until the last caller is served on into early evening Saturday. Enjoy the game, folks. Thank you so much to Shirley Rhodes, Chandler Honeycutt, the Big Dog, Glenn Griffin, the Voice, Jeff Charles, Ronnie Woodward, Stephen Igo, Tommy Suggs. We heard from Blake Harrell, Donnie Kirkpatrick, Mike Houston, Shane Beamer, Troy D out of the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. I think I got everybody. Jeff Nadeau, the big man on campus, also joined us on the show. North Weaver, did I say them? Brian Bailey. Also, thanks to Warren's Hot Dogs for the awesome pregame food. We'll see you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. So long, everybody.
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show, right here on Pirate Radio.